News of the Times. Scotland Yard Casebook. 7 murders that baffled detectives. True crime. Good evening. Tonight we open a different kind of casebook. Not a single investigation, but a collection of them, drawn from the files of Scotland Yard, where certainty proved elusive, and where even the most experienced detectives were left with questions that refused to settle. Across the late Victorian and early 20th centuries, as policing became more organised and forensic science began to find its footing, there remained cases that resisted conclusion. Murders committed behind locked doors, crimes built on fragments rather than facts, suspects who seemed convincing until they didn't, and evidence that pointed in several directions at once. In some of these cases, the truth lay buried beneath time, decay, or human error. In others, it was obscured by coincidence, misdirection, or the quiet limitations of the science of the day. What they all share is one simple, unsettling fact. Scotland Yard could not say with certainty exactly what had happened. In this compilation, we return to the original reports, the inquests, the testimony, and the painstaking work of investigators trying to impose order on confusion. 7 cases, 7 investigations, and 7 moments where even the most methodical minds in British policing were forced to admit that something did not quite add up. This is Scotland Yard's Casebook, 7 murders that baffled detectives. So, wherever you happen to be watching from tonight, perhaps with a quiet room and a freshly made cup of tea, settle in, because our first case begins with a locked garage, a man unseen for weeks, and a discovery that would draw Scotland Yard into one of the most puzzling investigations of 1929. And with that, let us begin. Case 1. The Locked Garage Murder. The Mysterious Death of Vivian Messiter. True crime from 1929. Our first case begins not with a crime in progress, but with an absence. A man disappears, his place of work remains locked, and for weeks nothing seems amiss, until someone notices the letters, dozens of them piling up unopened, addressed to a man who, it seems, is no longer there to receive them. When the door is finally forced, the discovery inside is not simply disturbing, it is deeply confusing. A body left undisturbed for months in a locked garage, with no clear explanation of how the crime was committed, or even how the killer left the scene. And as Scotland Yard begin their investigation, what appears at first to be a straightforward shooting quickly unravels into something far more complicated. Conflicting evidence, missing items, and a suspect who seems both central and somehow just out of reach. It would become one of the most puzzling investigations of its time. This is the case of the locked garage. As the cold months of 1929 rolled in, Southampton's Grove Street garage sat quietly closed. No movement, no sound, just a locked door and a steadily growing stack of unopened letters addressed to a man no one had seen in weeks. At first it raised no alarm, just another locked-up property during tough times. But when the door was finally forced open, the heavily decomposed, rat-nibbled body that lay behind it would draw the full attention of Scotland Yard. From the Daily Mirror, the 11th of January 1929, Scotland Yard called into a Southampton mystery, closed for 2 months, box full of letters addressed to Mr. Messiter. Scotland Yard, late last night, was rallied in to investigate a strange discovery at Southampton. On the floor of a garage in Grove Street, which had been locked up for about 2 months, the body of a middle-aged man fully clothed was found. Chief Inspector Prothero of Scotland Yard, with another officer, had gone to Southampton to investigate the mystery. The body found in the garage was that of a middle-aged man and was fully clothed, even to the gloves. The premises had been locked up for about 2 months, and when forcible entry was made, the body was found lying on the floor in an advanced state of decomposition. The letterbox was overflowing with letters addressed to Mr. Vivian Messiter, the Wolf's Head Oil Company, Grove Street, Southampton, the address of the garage. As detectives began piecing together the mystery, attention soon turned to a figure seen with Messiter shortly before his disappearance. A thin-faced young man, neatly dressed in a dark blue suit. It was this man, described as having a scar, who quickly became the focus of Scotland Yard's hunt. From the Daily Mirror, the 12th of January 1929. Man shot dead over 2 months ago. Body behind padlocked doors. Shot fired by crouching assassin. Southampton police are trying to track a thin-faced man of 30 who was seen at the garage. All the elements of detective drama are presented by the mysterious murder in a padlocked garage, which is being investigated by Scotland Yard detectives at Southampton. It is believed the weapon was pointed at the back of his head by a man in a crouching position. Police are trying to trace a thin-faced young man in a dark blue suit who is thought could throw some light onto the mystery. With the garage mystery deepening, attention turned to the post-mortem. Yet the advanced state of decomposition posed challenges. Though gunshot wounds were suspected, could the evidence truly confirm murder beyond doubt? At the post-mortem examination today, the surgeon expressed the opinion that a bullet wound found in the back of the head could not have been self-inflicted. The bullet entered behind the ear and came out at the forehead. It was also established that the man was dead for about 2 months. The flight of the bullet, as indicated by the wound, suggested that Mr. Messiter was leaning by the side of his car when he was shot from behind. He was wearing a working coat, as he had been doing some work on the car. His pockets were empty, and robbery may have been the motive. The revolver used appears to have been one of heavy caliber of service type. Detective Inspector Prothero and Detective Sergeant Young of Scotland Yard, together with the local police, are sifting the flimsy evidence available. The description of a thin-faced man has been circulated, and it is thought he might throw light on the tragedy. He is described as a man of about 30, 5 foot 5 inches, and wearing a dark blue suit and a trilby hat. He is said to be of the commercial traveller type. Significance is attached by the police to the fact that both Mr. Messiter and the young man were missing at about the same time. The young man was frequently seen with Messiter. Scotland Yard is confronted by this difficulty, that 2 months have elapsed since Mr. Messiter disappeared. He was missing on October the 30th, and early in November his description was circulated by the police. As Scotland Yard scours the garage for clues, a number of items which will prove to be red herrings emerge. Suspected missing letters, the possibility of an American crime connection, letters from a woman, an engine that may have been left on. The outer yard door was opened and the padlock on the inside of the garage door was forced. The body was found between 2 packing cases in the corner of the garage, and it appeared that Mr. Messiter had been shot through the head by a revolver of heavy caliber. When the body was discovered, all money was missing from the pockets and only the motor license and latchkey were found. Many letters addressed to Mr. Messiter had been opened. Several of these are without signature or addresses, but appear to have been written from America. A representative of the Wolf's Head Oil Company in London stated yesterday that last July, when the company was registered, Mr. Messiter was appointed representative in Southampton. The garage itself was heavily padlocked, and their efforts to force the door with an iron bar were unsuccessful. He ascended the staircase to a loft above the garage, and at the top he smashed the window above the door. As the door was padlocked on the outside, it never occurred to him that the man could be inside the garage. Another strange discovery was that although the ignition of the car was on, the petrol tank was empty, which suggested that the engine might have been left running until the fuel was used up. As detectives pressed on, an unsuspected item emerged from the shadows of the garage. A hammer, stained and heavy, tucked away and somehow overlooked for days. Had Mr. Messiter been bludgeoned, shot, or both? More letters appear too, some believed to have been removed after the murder in a suspicious return visit. The once simple theory of a lone gunman was beginning to be questioned, and with the stakes rising, Scotland Yard called in their most formidable forensic mind, Sir Bernard Spilsbury. From the Daily Mirror, the 14th of January 1929. Stolen letters in the garage murder. Belief that Mr. Messiter was robbed by a second person after death. Scotland Yard detectives investigating the Southampton garage murder mystery, one of the most baffling of recent years, were last night working on a new theory. The suggestion is that after Mr. Vivian Messiter had been murdered, someone entered the garage and removed some letters from his pockets in order apparently that their contents should not be disclosed. 6 more letters written by a woman were found yesterday. In the garage, detectives found a £3 hammer with stains on it. The possibility that the hammer was used in the crime is not ruled out. Although Scotland Yard is satisfied that Mr. Messiter was shot in his garage, they have not yet found the bullet that killed him, nor have they found the revolver which Mr. Messiter was known to possess. Hammer discovery. A remarkable feature is that although the body was discovered on Thursday, it was not until today that the detectives found in the garage a hammer which bore stains. The discovery of the hammer in the garage has led to 2 further pathological examinations, and the possibility that the murder was caused by this hammer is not ruled out by the police. From the Daily Mirror, the 15th of January 1929. Sir Bernard Spilsbury to be at Southampton today. Sir Bernard Spilsbury, the pathologist, has been called in and is expected to arrive at Southampton today. The greatest importance is attached to the medical examination which he will make. It is believed that he will also examine the hammer found in the garage, and his decision on the nature of the stains on the hammer will largely influence future investigations. Mr. Messiter is expected to be buried at his family home in Somerset on Friday. It is not yet clear whether Mr. Messiter was killed with a revolver, with a hammer, or whether he was stunned and then shot. It is in deciding this that Sir Bernard Spilsbury's investigation will be of the greatest value. Scotland Yard are testing the theory that the murderer returned to the garage in Grove Street after the murder. It is suggested that the murderer, realizing that many weeks had elapsed since the crime was committed, took the risk of returning to the garage to remove certain letters. As Spilsbury examined the hammer and unravelled the possibilities of a bullet or blunt force, Scotland Yard pivoted to a new line of inquiry, one with a face, a name and a scar. The mysterious man last seen with Messiter was now identified as William Frank Thomas, and he wasn't alone. Travelling with a woman known only as Lil, Thomas became the focus of an intense manhunt. A full description was circulated across Britain, and soon their quiet stay in a Wiltshire village would be uncovered. From the Daily Mirror, the 17th of January 1929, dramatic turn in garage crime. Police anxious to speak to a man and woman. Scar as a clue. The odd description of traveller and companion. There was a dramatic development last night in the Southampton garage murder mystery. Scotland Yard issuing the description of a man and a woman whom they wish to interview. The statement mentioned that Mr. Vivian Messiter was found dead in the garage with 4 distinct wounds in the head. The police, it continued, are anxious to trace the whereabouts of a man given the name of William Frank Thomas, aged about 32, height 5 foot 4 inches, complexion pale, hair dark, clean shaven. He has a distinct scar about 1 inch in length on the temple, but it is uncertain whether it is on the right or the left. He described himself sometimes as a traveller, a motor mechanic or motor driver. The man resided at number 5 Cranberry Avenue, Southampton, from about October the 20th to November the 3rd in 1928, with a woman aged about 30, 5 foot 3, complexion pale, hair golden, believed to be dyed. She was dressed in a fawn coat, the collar and cuffs and bottoms of the coat being trimmed with light fur, a sleeveless tea-green dress and a small grey hat. These persons went to reside at Downton in Wiltshire on or about November the 3rd or 4th in 1928, leaving there on December the 22nd, during which time Thomas was employed at Mitchell's sawmills in Lode Hill, Downton. Traced to the possession of the woman was a monogrammed L.H. She was known as Lil and spoke with a North Country accent, was said to have worked in a pottery. A facsimile of the man's handwriting is being published. Members of the flying squad visited various parts of London last night, but without result. Scotland Yard are following a new line of investigation in the West End of London. Inquiries made in Wiltshire tonight shows that the couple referred to in Scotland Yard's statement lodged in Downton Village, where they were known as Mr. and Mrs. Thomas. The man worked in the sawmills owned by Messrs. Mitchell and Sons, contractors and builders merchants. What followed was a media and police frenzy. The scarred man and his striking golden-haired companion, known simply as Lil, were suddenly everywhere, or so it seemed. National papers ran their descriptions with breathless urgency. Sightings came in from all corners of England. A man matching Thomas's description boarding a train in Goole. A glamorous woman in a tea-green dress seemed dining alone in a boarding house in Bath. Scotland Yard, supported by provincial forces and the flying squad, chased leads across London, Wiltshire and Yorkshire, even ports bound for Brussels. The man with the scar had become a national obsession, and Lil, with her fur-trimmed coat and mysterious smile, only deepened the intrigue. From the Daily Mirror, the 18th of January 1929, garage crime search spreads. Scarred man reported seen in Goole. Burglary query. Police inquiries in 2 areas of London. Police throughout the country are searching for William Frank Thomas, the man with the scar on his temple. He was reported yesterday to have been seen in Goole, and search was also made in London. They wish to interview him and his pretty, golden-haired companion, who is known as Lil, in connection with the murder of Mr. Vivian Messiter in a garage at Southampton, for they believed that the couple's evidence might be of value. Thomas was employed as a motor mechanic at Downton from November the 5th. On the Saturday before Christmas, the couple were interrogated by the police concerning a burglary. A man answering the description of Thomas is stated to have been seen at Goole. The man stated he wished to go to Brussels. He had a scar over the left eye. Scotland Yard officers yesterday made inquiries in Lambeth and again visited the house in Chiswick Road, to which Thomas left directions, with his landlady at Southampton to forward letters to him. Day after day, headlines screamed of possible sightings, whispered rumours and speculative leads, but finally, after weeks of scattered trails and growing public intrigue, the chase came to an end. The mysterious couple who had captured the imagination of the press were both found separately and under different names. From the Daily Mirror, the 19th of January 1929, garage riddle, couple found, man at London hotel and woman at Hanley, their real names. The man known as William Frank Thomas and his woman companion, whom the police wish to interview in connection with the Southampton garage mystery, have been traced. The man was discovered by the police at a private hotel in Vauxhall Bridge Road in London. South West police officers called in at an early hour yesterday when he was still in bed. He accompanied the officers to Scotland Yard and was afterwards taken by car to Southampton, where he was interviewed by Chief Inspector Prothero of Scotland Yard, who is in charge of the investigations into the murder of Mr. Messiter in the garage. The golden-haired woman known as Lil, whose description was circulated with that of Thomas, was traced to Hanley in Staffordshire. She voluntarily accompanied a police officer to the headquarters of the Hanley Police, and was last night she travelled to Southampton. From Lily Hambledon's testimony, it quickly became clear that, despite her early association with Podmore, she had no direct connection to the murder itself. After giving her account, she quietly faded from the investigation and was never mentioned in court again. Thomas, however, now confirmed as William Henry Podmore, was another matter entirely. A man already well known to the police, his record was thick with theft, deception and criminal associations, and so, when the inquest resumed, it was Podmore who arrived under guard and Lily who sat briefly in the writer's box before vanishing from the narrative altogether. From the Daily Mirror, the 14th of March 1929, golden-haired Lil in box, the scarred man. Evidence was given by Miss Lily Hambledon, who was referred to as a golden-haired Lil, when the inquest on the victim of the Southampton garage crime was resumed yesterday. The coroner had the names of nearly 30 people who he intended should give evidence. One of them, William Henry Podmore, alias William Frank Thomas, known as the man with the scar, attended the inquest guarded by 2 warders. He is serving a sentence of 6 months imprisonment for car and motorcycle theft. Work at the garage. Miss Hambledon says she had heard of Messiter's death at Coventry. A stir ran through the court when the coroner called for Miss Lily Hambledon, said to be Podmore's companion. She said she was in Coventry when she heard of the death of Messiter. She connected messages with Podmore when she saw the reference of the man with a scar in the papers. She knew that Podmore had been employed in the garage. Despite weeks of press attention and a mounting stack of circumstantial hints pointing to William Henry Podmore, alias Thomas, the inquest ultimately drew no firm conclusion as to his guilt. The evidence remained frustratingly tenuous, suggestive, but inconclusive. What the jury could agree on, however, was this: Vivian Messiter had been brutally murdered, and with that the proceedings moved into their final dramatic phase. From the Daily Mirror, the 16th of March 1929. Garage crime inquest verdict: murder by some person or persons unknown. Dramatic end. Counsel for police protests to the coroner. Dramatic moments marked the final stage at Southampton yesterday of the inquest on Mr. Vivian Messiter, whose body was found in a garage. A verdict of murder against some person or persons unknown was returned. One remark made by the coroner before the jury retired drew a protest from counsel for the police. The jury intimated in their verdict that they were unanimously of the opinion that Messiter was killed by blows from the hammer which had been produced. Chief Inspector Prothero of Scotland Yard, who had been in charge of the investigations, was the first witness called yesterday. He was shown the green-backed book found at Messiter's lodgings and said the last entry in that book was dated October the 30th. The inspector said he had examined Messiter's account books, but there was no entry of commission paid to anybody. The photographs, however, of the impression in the book, which was found at the garage, also indicated that another commission had been paid. The coroner: the jury will have to decide whether the impressions on the page of which they have had a photograph is the signature of Podmore or not. Summing up, the coroner directed the jury to consider the cause of death, dismissing any idea of bullet wounds, pointing instead to the hammer from testimony given by Sir Bernard Spilsbury, upon which a hair from the deceased's eyebrow had been found. Attention then turned to Podmore. Although his alibi was riddled with inconsistencies, the coroner suggested these might be genuine mistakes rather than deliberate lies, and left it to the jury to decide how much weight to place upon his testimony. After deliberating for 45 minutes, the jury returned their unanimous verdict. Messiter had been killed by blows from the hammer, and those injuries had been inflicted by some person or persons unknown. With no formal charge brought against him, Podmore walks free. But Scotland Yard is far from finished. Despite the inconclusive verdict, the attention of the investigating officers remains fixed on the man with the scar. Weeks pass, then months, yet the press continue to report on the Yard's quiet persistence, scouring old clues, revisiting evidence, and slowly piecing together the fragments of a still unsolved murder. And then, in May, word spreads that something is stirring once more in Southampton. From the Daily Mirror, the 4th of May, 1929. Hope of a solution. Chief Inspector J. Prothero and Detective Sergeant H. Young, the Scotland Yard officers in charge of the investigations into the death of Vivian Messiter, will, it is understood, return to Southampton within the next few days. Since the inquest, several important conclusions had been arrived at concerning clues found by the police at the time. It is understood that developments are likely to follow final inquiries that have been made. The police are hoping and hopeful that a definitive solution to the mystery will be found, and so far as can be ascertained at present, the evidence regarding impressions found in the pocketbook are likely to figure as material in the ending stages of the investigation. After months of methodical effort, the persistence of Scotland Yard begins to pay off. What was once a puzzle of red herrings and missing pieces is now a tightly woven web of evidence, painstakingly assembled and pointing squarely at William Henry Podmore. And so, more than a year after the body of Mr. Vivian Messiter was discovered in that locked Southampton garage, Podmore finally stands before the court. The hearing would last 15 days and bring more drama than anyone expected. From the Daily Mirror, the 4th of February 1930, the CID inspector's evidence at a garage hearing. Podmore for trial. Committed by the majority after a 15-day hearing. After a hearing that had lasted 15 days, the Southampton magistrates yesterday decided by a majority to send William Henry Podmore for trial on the charge of murdering Vivian Messiter in a garage. Inside the court, it was a day of drama. Under cross-examination, Inspector Prothero of Scotland Yard admitted that several people besides Podmore had been suspected of committing the crime. For the defence, Mr. O'Connor submitted that no jury would convict Podmore and that the prosecution's facts were a mass of rubbish. The trial of William Henry Podmore, alias Thomas, opened with all the weight of a meticulously prepared prosecution case, built not on a single smoking gun, but on a slow, methodical accumulation of damning details. Among the first revelations, Podmore had borrowed a hammer, never returned, that matched the weapon used in the brutal killing of Vivian Messiter. Bloodstains were found on the hammer, and under the exacting eye of Sir Bernard Spilsbury, even a single eyebrow hair was lifted from its surface, carefully documented and presented to the court. Podmore knew Messiter. He had done mechanical work for him, and he had access. There was also a page torn from Messiter's business ledger. Scotland Yard, using light and photographic techniques, captured the faint imprint left on the page beneath, revealing a forged receipt, supposedly signed by NFT, Podmore's alias, and referencing a fictitious business in a street that did not exist in Southampton, but did exist back in Podmore's hometown. Adding to this, his sudden financial windfall after the likely date of the murder, a man previously struggling for money was now buying lavish gifts for family and his golden-haired companion, Lil. Then came the swift departure, just as the newspapers lit up with a word of the investigation. Individually, each detail might seem minor, but together, the Crown argued, they formed a compelling portrait of a man with motive, opportunity, and a clear attempt to cover his tracks. The court was bracing for weeks of testimony and more than 50 witnesses. But for the opening statements, it was clear Scotland Yard believed that they had their man. From the Daily Mirror, the 4th of March 1930, Crown case in Podmore trial. 50 witnesses. Winchester Assize Court was crowded yesterday when the Crown case in the Southampton garage crime trial opened before the Lord Chief Justice. William Henry Podmore, 29, pleaded not guilty to the murder on October the 30th in 1928 of his employer, Mr. Vivian Messiter, whose body was found in the garage 10 weeks later. A wooden model of the garage was exhibited in court. 50 witnesses are to be called, and the trial is expected to last several days. Sir Thomas Inskipp, KC, for the Crown, told the jury I shall call only circumstantial evidence before you, but circumstantial evidence may lead to a conclusion as clear as evidence of a direct eye of a witness of the crime. Camera clue. Dealing with what he described as the significance of a missing page from Messiter's order book, counsel said that though the human eyes I could see nothing definite, the photography lens and a powerful light had ascertained that a piece of paper or a page had been superimposed, and that the body of the document was a written receipt for £half-a-crown for the sale of oil to a firm in Bold Street, Southampton, and the receipt was signed N.F.T., initials of Podmore's assumed name of Thomas. There was no such firms as that named, and no Bold Street in Southampton, but there were several Bold Streets in the Potteries where Podmore came from. If you come to the conclusion, said Sir Thomas, that Podmore tore out those leaves after the crime, he tore them out because he did not want to leave any trace of his connection with Messiter. Dealing with Podmore's statement to the police, Sir Thomas said it converged towards one point, that Podmore was the one person who knew all about the last moments of Messiter's life. With the prosecution's intricate web of circumstantial evidence laid bare, the moment came for William Henry Podmore to face the jury himself in what would be a pivotal chapter of the trial. He took the stand in his own defence, a man fighting not only for his freedom but for his life. Podmore's testimony would span over 4 hours. He offered an account of his movements on the day of the murder, his relationship with Messiter, and the series of decisions that led to his sudden disappearance. He admitted to some wrongdoing, petty thefts, the use of a false name, but denied emphatically any role in Messiter's death. No other defence witness was called. The weight of Podmore's fate rested on his words alone. As the courtroom leaned in, waiting for the final verdict to unfold. From the Daily Mirror, the 7th of March, 1930. Podmore's own story at trial. Details of movements on day of alleged murder. Ordeal of 4 hours in a witness box. Closing speeches today. William Henry Podmore at Winchester Assizes yesterday told his own story of his movements on the day he is alleged to have murdered Mr. Vivian Messiter in the latter's garage at Southampton. He was cross-examined for an hour and a half and was in the witness box for over 4 hours. No other evidence was called for the defence, and the counsel will address the jury this morning. I left Manchester because I knew I had done wrong, Podmore said. I changed my name to W.F. Thomas and came to Hounslow with Miss Hambledon on October the 19th, 1923. The fateful day. Podmore told how he got in touch with Mr. Messiter through answering an advertisement. I went to the premises in Grove Street, said Podmore, at 9:30. Messiter was there with Mr. Maxton, who I believe was his agent. Mr. Messiter said he had trouble with the magneto of his car and asked me if I could do anything with it. I said I could. I also told him that I had a better job, and he said if you can better yourself, you had better do so. In the afternoon I repaired the magneto, and he asked him if I could drive the car, and he asked me if I could deliver at the same time 2 cans of oil to the county garage. Messiter and Maxton left, and I went to Cranberry Avenue, where I had dinner. I went back to Grove Street to get the car, and I took Miss Hambledon, and we proceeded on the Southampton road looking for the county garage. when I saw a signpost which said to Downton. Continuing, Podmore said he got to Downton, where he saw Mr. Mitchell, whom he had previously seen about a job, and he told him he'd almost finished with his present job. And after that he went to Salisbury, where he had tea, and then proceeded back on the Southampton road to look for the county garage. Dramatic moment. Podmore said he stole some money from Mr. Mitchell and cleared off to London. Then came one of the most dramatic moments of the hearing. Mr. Duparc, K.C., Podmore's counsel, leaned forward and asked in a slow, deliberate manner, "Did you kill Vivian Messiter?" "I did not," replied Podmore. "I had nothing to do with it. I do not know anything about it." He did not borrow the hammer from Mr. Marsh and had never seen it before. Cross-examined by Sir Thomas Inskip, K.C., Podmore said it was untrue that he was at the end of his resources when he went to Southampton. When Sir Thomas said, "I suggest you had a conversation with Messiter about your commission and that you struck him," Podmore replied, "I had nothing whatever to provoke me. Mr. Messiter was a gentleman. It is a fact that Messiter was killed before you took the car out or after you brought it back. He was not killed before I took the car out." With Podmore's testimony concluded and no further evidence to be presented, the case moved to its final act, the closing arguments. The courtroom was packed, indeed overflowing, with spectators eager to witness the fate of the man who had been at the centre of press headlines for over a year. Both counsels now addressed the jury with starkly opposing narratives. For the Crown, Sir Thomas Inskip laid out the mosaic of circumstantial evidence, each thread, he argued, leading inevitably to Podmore. The story might have lacked an eyewitness, but like a crossword puzzle solved clue by clue, the solution pointed clearly to one man. For the defence, Mr. Duparc countered with force. He dismissed the prosecution's case as built on inference and innuendo, an elaborate construction lacking solid foundation. He urged the jury to see through what he called wild lunacy, warning that suspicion, however dramatic, was not proof. The jury would now be left to decide which version held weight, the Crown's carefully threaded circumstantial tapestry or Podmore's own insistence that he was no killer. There was not an empty space in court when Podmore entered the dock. Fashionably dressed women and girls outnumbered the men in the waiting queue by nearly 2-1. Addressing the jury, Sir Thomas Inskip for the Crown said that they had now heard Podmore give his version of what had happened. On one side of the case there was a series of incidents which, when properly examined, pointed to Podmore as the man who had committed the murder. On the other side there was his denials. Sir Thomas described the evidence as fitting like a crossword puzzle. Defence. The last straw. Mr. Duparc, defending Podmore, told the jury that aside from the recent discovery of the watch and keys and the testimony of ex-prisoners, all evidence had been with police since March last year. Calling it wild lunacy, he insisted the prosecution's case rested on flimsy claims, describing the prison talks as the last straw meant to tip the scales. Even if Podmore had committed fraud, Duparc argued that that was far from proving murder. The prosecution's case, he concluded, was like a jigsaw puzzle with pieces that simply didn't fit. And so, after weeks of testimony, cross-examination, speculation and spectacle, it fell to the jury to decide William Henry Podmore's fate. The evidence had been painstakingly laid out. The defence had cast doubt. The prosecution had threaded their case like a puzzle of grim precision. Now the courtroom held its breath. Podmore's life and the official conclusion to the long unresolved murder of Vivian Messiter would hinge on a single word. From the Daily Mirror, the 10th of March 1930, death sentence. I still repeat I know nothing whatever about it. So said William Henry Podmore, the man with the scar, in the dock at Winchester Assizes on Saturday, before he was sentenced to death for the Southampton garage murder. Over 16 months have passed since the murder was committed. It was 2 months later before the body of Vivian Messiter, the oil agent, was found in his garage, and from that day the police have worked unremittingly to build up the case against Podmore. There were dramatic scenes when the end of the trial came. Amid a tense silence, the jury, after an absence of 83 minutes, filed back to the court. The word guilty came clearly from the lips of the foreman. Some women raised their handkerchiefs to their eyes. Podmore stood like a statue in the dock. The short figure in a blue suit with a coloured handkerchief peeping out of his breast pocket seemed dazed and dumb. After Podmore's words, the Lord Chief Justice, in a low voice, pronounced the death sentence. The hotel murder, the death of Lady White. True crime from London in 1922. Our next case takes us to London in 1922, to a respectable hotel just off Oxford Street, where nothing out of the ordinary was expected to happen. The residents were well-to-do, the routines were predictable, and the doors, more often than not, were left unlocked, which is precisely what makes what happened next so difficult to explain. A woman is found in her bed, brutally attacked, with no sign of forced entry, no weapon, and no clear reason why she should have been targeted at all. There are no fingerprints, no theft, no known enemies, and most troubling of all, the victim never regains consciousness. She dies without speaking a single word. For Scotland Yard, it is a case without a voice, without a witness, and, at least at first, without a single reliable clue. And yet, within days, a confession would emerge. But whether that confession brought the truth any closer is another matter entirely. This is the murder in room 14 and the death of Lady White. Background. London in 1922, a city between wars and elegance. The Great War is over, but not forgotten. London hums with recovery, invention and exhaustion. Electric lights buzz in the streets, women bob their hair, and the well-to-do sip cocktails with a new-found urgency, as though they'd seen too much to take time for tea. But beneath the jazz and the jaded charm, there is something fragile. Rents are high, tempers are short, and in hotels like the Spencer, just steps from Oxford Street, the city's upper crust carry on behind closed doors, in rooms with bell pulls, damask curtains, and discreet staff. The Spencer Hotel wasn't a grand destination in the style of the Savoy. It wasn't for debutante balls or foreign dignitaries, but it was comfortable, respectable, a converted Georgian terrace now catering to the long-term lodging needs of well-off widows, retired colonels and unmarried uncles with private means. At the time, it was entirely normal for wealthy or aristocratic individuals to live in residential hotels. It offered a genteel sort of independence, all the comforts of home, and none of the servants to manage. Lady White, the widow of a former chairman of the London County Council, had lived quietly at the Spencer since November. She'd played cards in the drawing room. She dined modestly. She kept no maid of her own. She was, by all accounts, affable, well-liked, and utterly unremarkable, until she wasn't. For in the quiet corridors of the Spencer, in room 14, something awful happened. No forced entry, no obvious motive, no struggle, and the door most likely left unlocked. What followed would stun the press, confound Scotland Yard, and shock even a city that thought it had seen everything. From the Daily Mirror, the 16th of March, 1922. Mystery of number 14 in hotel crime. Theory that Lady White was murdered by mistake. Was it a woman? Assailant hiding in room, empty bed riddle. Lady White, the widow of Sir Edward White, a former chairman of the London County Council, who was the victim of a mysterious outrage in a London hotel, died yesterday, found unconscious in her bed by a maid servant on Tuesday morning, her head fractured in 2 places. Lady White never spoke again. She passed away without being able to utter a single word that might throw some light on the mystery. From the very first, her condition was regarded as hopeless, but the doctors and the detectives hoped most fervently that by a miracle, as if it were, she would be given a fleeting consciousness during which she would be able to throw some light on the identity of her assailant. Lady White, nearly 60 years of age, was a popular, affable woman, without apparently an enemy in the world. There is nothing whatever to suggest that the person who killed her was actuated by the mad passion of revenge. Jewellery intact. The next theory, which suggests itself, is, of course, robbery. Here again one is met with an absolute negative result, for when the death chamber was searched, everything, jewellery and money, was found to be intact. Why then was this poor, unoffending woman brutally murdered in her sleep? Who was the person, man or woman, who battered in her head as she lay in bed? How did he or she enter or leave the hotel? These are the baffling questions which the whole detective force of Scotland Yard, under Superintendent Neil, one of the Big Four, are working day and night in the hopes of solving. They have not only the absence of a motive to guide them, but they have not the semblance of a clue, not a fingerprint, not even the weapon with which the victim was done to death. The Hotel Spencer in Portman Street, the scene of the murder, is a large private residential hotel composed of 4 houses within hailing distance of the hum and the bustle of Oxford Street. The guests are mainly composed of men and women possessed of comfortable means. Lady White had been living in a hotel since last November. Prior to that, she had been staying at several other hotels in the district. She had lived quite alone since her husband's death and had more than once rejected the idea of having a maid. Only very occasionally she went out at evenings, preferring to spend her time after dinner in playing a game of bridge with some other guests. On Monday night she followed her usual custom: dinner, then a quiet game of cards, and then to bed shortly after 11 o'clock. Bedroom door unlocked. Her bedroom was number 14 and adjoins the drawing room where she had been playing cards. Anyone entering the hotel from the ground floor would find number 14 the first room he would reach from the main staircase. Lady White, so far as can be ascertained, was not in the habit of locking her bedroom door. Some time ago, someone suggested to her the advisability of taking such a precaution, but she rejected it with a laugh. There was an electric light in the bedroom, and this was always switched off when Lady White retired. The room was in darkness when the maidservant made the tragic discovery. From this fact, two important deductions are to be made. That either the assailant was actually hiding in the room when she went to bed, or that he or she was so well acquainted with the hotel as to be able to move about in the darkness without difficulty. In support of this theory, it is interesting to bear in mind that there were two beds in the room occupied by Lady White, and that to approach the one occupied by his victim, he had to pass the other. Scream in the night. Could, therefore, a stranger have done this without awakening the sleeper? Does not the fact rather suggest that the murderer or murderess, and the idea that the assailant may have been a woman is not being overlooked, had a perfect knowledge of the hotel, knew in fact every door and window, every electric switch, and the movements of everybody in the place? It is a dramatic fact that it was only within the past few weeks that Lady White had occupied the bedroom at number 14. She changed her rooms recently at her own particular wish. It is significant, however, that some time back another woman who was reputed to possess some wonderful jewellery occupied the fatal room. Can it be, therefore, that the murderer or murderess killed Lady White by mistake? Is it possible that the assailant, not knowing that someone else was occupying this particular room, went into it with burglarious intent and found out his mistake too late? In the darkness of the night, other guests in the hotel heard the scream of a woman. They had no idea from where the noise proceeded. They did not trouble to investigate. It was Lady White's death scream, and the theory of the detectives is that the murderer or murderess hit her on the head and then, terrified by her scream, silenced her forever. But who was the murderer? But even as Lady White's body was carried out of room 14, Scotland Yard was already inside the Spencer Hotel, and questions were being asked. Who had a motive? Who had access? There was no forced entry, no sign of a struggle, but then came something curious. Scotland Yard detectives turned their attention to a 19-year-old pantry boy named Henry Jacobi, who'd only recently joined the staff. On the very night of the murder, he said he'd heard whispered voices in the basement corridor, two men murmuring in low tones. When he shone his torch, the voices fell silent. Frightened, he alerted the night porter, and the two searched the area, but by then, whoever had been down there had vanished. Scotland Yard took the claim seriously. Could the killer have been hiding below, waiting for the right moment? And Jacobi wasn't the only one with a story. A local butcher's boy came forward telling detectives he'd seen a well-dressed man loitering outside the Spencer in the days before the crime. Always alone, always watchful. He was seen peering at windows and doorways as if calculating something. He hasn't been seen since. There was even whispers of a foreign jewel thief seen in a nearby hotel weeks earlier, a man suspected of casing upper-class residences for an easy score. For Scotland Yard, the puzzle was growing, not shrinking. Were these real leads, or distractions in a case already crowded with shadows. Either way, the hunt was on. From the Daily Mirror, the 18th of March, 1922, Lurking Men Story in Hotel Crime. Discovery on night Lady White was killed. Whispering voices. Boy's story of scared feeling and vain search. There was a new development yesterday in the hunt for the murderer of Lady White, widower of Sir Edward White, who was found dead in bed at the Spencer Hotel in Portman Street in West London. A pantry boy named Henry Jacobi has told the police how, on the night of the crime, when he left his bedroom in the basement, he heard two men talking in low tones, but could not discover who they were. Jacobi, who is 19 years of age, is a newcomer to the staff of the Hotel Spencer. According to his statement, he crossed the kitchen and walked down a stone passage. Halfway down, he was startled to hear two men whispering together. He flashed the electric torch he carried, and the speaking stopped. Feeling scared, he at once went upstairs and reported the matter to the hotel night porter, who joined him in a search of the lower part of the premises. No one was found, but it is thought that while he went for the porter, the men may have slipped out into the area. The night porter, Alfred Pratt, did not hear any whispering, but he has confirmed the boy's story as to the report and the search. A butcher's boy who works in the vicinity has reported to the police the fact that several times last week he saw a well-dressed man loitering suspiciously around the hotel. Scrutiny of doors. On every occasion except the last, the man was there in the early morning. He tried to give the impression that he was waiting for someone, but was never seen to meet a single person whom he knew. When he appeared to think he was unobserved, the man closely scrutinized the doors, windows, and area. The man, who has not been seen since the tragedy was discovered, is described as being of the appearance of a city man. Another man the police are anxious to find is of foreign appearance, apparently about 40. He is suspected of jewel thefts from West London hotels in the last few weeks. So far, the authorities have not been able to trace him. As the results mounted, Scotland Yard ramped up their scrutiny of everyone within the hotel, including the youngest members of staff. Then came the unexpected. A boy confessed. From the Daily Mirror, the 22nd of March, 1922, the story of boy's murder confession. Tells police, I hit Lady White with a hammer. Smiles in dock. Henry Jacobi, 18, the pantry boy at the Spencer Hotel, was charged last night with the murder of Lady White and will be brought before the magistrate at Marylebone this morning. I did it. I hit her on the head with a hammer. That is the bag I got the hammer from. This, according to Detective Inspector Bowen, formed part of a confession by Henry Jacobi, pantry boy at the Spencer Hotel in Portman Street, West London, to the murder of Lady White in room number 14. For an hour before the court opened, crowds clamoured for a seat, but only a few were allowed to enter. The remainder waited outside for an opportunity of catching a glimpse of the accused. Jacobi, a slight, fair-haired youth who does not look his age, which was stated to be 18, walked complacently into the dock, smiling confidently. The inspector deposes. It was a large room consisting of two single beds. The first bed was near the door and was unoccupied. In the second one, nearer the window, a woman was lying. She was in her night attire, was unconscious, and breathing heavily and rapidly. Her face was covered with blood, and a large quantity of congealed blood was on her hair, the pillows and bedclothes. There was also splashes on the wall behind. About 8 o'clock on Saturday night, on March the 18th, witness went on, he caused Jacoby to be brought to the police station, proceeding with his evidence. The witness said he told Jacoby he would be detained while further inquiries were made. At 8:45 p.m. on Sunday, March the 19th, in consequence of something Detective Bowen told witness, he saw the prisoner in his office. Picked out a hammer. Jacob said to witness, I did it. I hit her on the head with one of the workmen's hammers. Witness cautioned the prisoner that what he said would be given in evidence, and he replied, That's what I want. I will tell you all about it. He then made his statement. As he was leaving the office, he said to the witness, It was one of the workmen's hammers. You'll find a lot of tools in the room where they leave them. If you bring them all here, I will pick out the one I did it with. Witness went on to say that 8 hammers were brought from the hotel by Sergeant Yard. Prisoner picked out the hammer and said, I think this is the one because there is a dent on the handle near the head. I noticed the dent on before I put it in my pocket and when I washed the blood off it. That is the bag. On Monday night, continued witness, he charged Jacoby with the murder of Lady Alice White. When the charge was read over to him, he made no reply. Later, while his fingerprints were being taken, he pointed to a red carpet plumber's bag in the office of the police station and said, That is the bag I got the hammer from. I remember taking all the tools out of it on the dresser. He pointed to a pair of heavy iron grips which were lying on the bag and said, That is the thing I spoke about in my statement about the pliers. As the case unfolded in the days following Lady White's death, public interest only grew and the press were quick to report each new twist. At the heart of it all was a teenage pantry boy, Henry Jacoby, whose changing statements would soon captivate and disturb in equal measure. His second appearance in court brought with it a confession both chilling and oddly childlike, a mix of confusion, calculation, and startling detail. From the Daily Mirror, the 29th of March, 1922, new evidence in Lady White crime. Pantry boy's night raid with hammer. Smiles in court. A remarkable story of how he sat on his bed between 1 and 2 a.m. and thought over a visit to the guests' bedrooms, and it formed part of the full statement by Henry Jacoby, a pantry boy at the Spencer Hotel in Portman Street. It read, at Marylebone yesterday when he was remanded for a week. Jacoby, who made his second appearance, charged with the murder of Lady White, asked the magistrate in a boyish voice, Please, sir, may I have a defending counsel? Mr. Leicester replied, I have not the power to advise a defending counsel at this stage. Mr. Charles Wallace, prosecuting, informed the court that the girl Pocock, who discovered the murder, said that Lady White always left her bedroom door unlocked. Dealing with one of the statements made by Jacoby to the police, Mr. Wallace said that the boy said, I went up the stairs. I did not see or hear the porter on the way. I tried number 14 door. It was shut, but not locked. I quietly opened the door and I saw 2 beds. In one bed was a woman. She gave a slight shriek and I got the wind up and I hit her on the head with the hammer. She raised herself in the bed and then I struck her a blow. Hearing her moaning, I struck her again. I then went to bed. I went for money, Jacobi continued counsel, was put in a cell and kept under observation. On March the 21st, he said to the constable who was watching him, just a week to go today at 2 o'clock, I killed Lady White. He added, I didn't go for jewellery, I went for money. Pantry boy's question. Police Constable Thornycroft bore out counsel's story of Jacobi's statement when in the cellar at 1:55 a.m. on March the 21st. After saying, it's just a week ago today when I killed Lady White, Jacobi went on, I'll tell you how it happened. At about 1:15, I walked across the room when I thought I heard someone whispering. I told the porter all about it, so we had a search around, but could not find anyone, so the porter left. I then went back to my room and sat down for a few minutes, and then it came into my head. I took the hammer and went into her room. She woke up and saw me and screamed, and I hit her on the head with the hammer, and I don't know how many times. The coroner's jury found that Lady White was wilfully murdered by Jacobi, who was committed for trial on a coroner's warrant. The trial itself, filled with legal formality, repeated much of the already public evidence, but the outcome was anything but routine. From the Daily Mirror, the 29th of April, 1922. Death sentence on pantry boy, found guilty of the murder of Lady White. Jury urges mercy. Henry Jacobi, the 18-year-old pantry boy, was found guilty yesterday at the Old Bailey of the murder of Lady White at the Hotel Spencer on March the 14th. He was sentenced to death. The jury added a very strong recommendation to mercy on account of Jacobi's youth and because they didn't believe that he entered the room with the intention of killing. On being asked if he had anything to say, Jacobi replied, "Nothing, sir." In passing sentence of death, the judge said he had agreed with the verdict of the jury, but he would at once send the recommendation of mercy on to the Home Secretary. Jacobi heard the sentence unmoved. Despite the jury's strong recommendations for mercy, Henry Jacobi's fate now lay in the hands of the legal system and the Home Secretary. His defence counsel filed a formal appeal, not against the fact of the crime, but on the grounds of how the trial had been conducted. Was the confession admissible? Had the judge properly explained the law to the jury? And was an 18-year-old boy in a state of panic truly capable of forming murderous intent? The Court of Criminal Appeal considered the matter and issued their final decision. From the Daily Mirror, the 23rd of May, 1922. Jacobi to die. Vain appeal of youth who killed Lady White. Trial was a proper one. The appeal of Henry Jacobi, the pantry boy, against sentence of death for the murder of Lady White at the Spencer Hotel was dismissed by the Court of Criminal Appeal yesterday. Jacobi, pale-faced but apparently very alert, was brought into court. For Mr. Lucian Fiore, for the youth, said the main grounds of appeal were upon the question of the admissibility of certain confessions said to have been made by Jacobi. When the jury came back before giving their verdict, they asked for instructions from Mr. Justice McCarty as to whether, in certain circumstances, they should return a verdict of manslaughter. The judge, said counsel, did not properly direct them on the question whether Jacobi had any intent to do bodily harm. Counsel suggested that when he made the confession, the youth was in such a hysterical state of mind that he knew little of what he was saying. There was little doubt, said counsel, that the youth struck the lady White with the hammer while in a state of terror. The court dismissed the appeal. The Lord Chief Justice said the youth's statements were properly admitted as evidence, and no criticism could properly be levelled at the conduct of the trial and the summing up of the judge. Despite intense efforts by his legal team and public appeals for clemency, no reprieve came. The Home Secretary upheld the sentence, the recommendation for mercy, the questions of intent, and Jacoby's youth. None of it was enough to change the outcome. And so, just weeks before his 19th birthday, Henry Jacoby was led to the scaffold at Pentonville Prison. From the Daily Mirror, the 8th of June 1922, Henry Jacoby meets death calmly, smiles at the chaplain when summoned to the scaffold. Last letter of thanks. Henry Jacoby, the 18-year-old and 11-month-old pantry boy, was hanged at Pentonville Prison at 9 o'clock yesterday morning for the murder of Lady White in a private West End hotel where he was employed. Calm while Mr. Justice McCarty passed sentence of death. Calm when before the Court of Criminal Appeal, Jacoby remained so till the end. When Ellis and his assistant entered the condemned cell, Jacoby rose a little unsteadily, caught his breath and sighed deeply, and took a step or two towards the executioner. A momentary look of sadness came over his face as he was pinioned, but with an effort he drove the look away. He glanced at the chaplain, who had been his constant attendant during the time he had been in prison, and a smile of gratitude flickered on his lips. And so ended the young life of Henry Jacoby for a brutal crime committed for no apparent reason. Case 3. The Campgate Murder. The unsolved death of Nellie Rault. True crime from 1919. Our next case begins in the uneasy months just after the First World War. A military camp in Bedford, routine, disciplined, and by all appearances entirely safe. Young women worked there, soldiers passed through, life slowly was returning to normal, which is why what happened next was so profoundly disturbing. A young woman leaves the camp gates in broad daylight to meet a man she trusted. She never returns, and days later she is found, hidden under branches no more than a few yards from where she was last seen. Close enough that someone should have heard something, close enough that someone should have seen something, and yet no one did. There is a suspect, there is suspicion, and there are statements, contradictions, and quiet doubts. But no certainty, no clear answer, no resolution, and ultimately no justice. This is the murder of Nellie Rault, and the case that slipped through the hands of those trying to solve it. Background. Nellie Florence Ruby Rault worked as an assistant in the officers' cookhouse of the Queen Mary's Auxiliary Corps located in Bedford. Nellie was described as pretty and popular. Although referred to more than once as pretty, Nellie was not known to be seen out with strings of men, despite the attention she received. There was, however, one potential beau, a sergeant major who is only referred to as the sergeant major. Sergeant Major Hepburn, described as 30, dark and with a moustache and usually dressed in leggings, was a decorated soldier. The pair allegedly were to have a date on the Friday when Nellie disappeared, putting Hepburn front and centre as the primary person of interest. The crime. Nellie left on Friday evening for the appointment she had told friends that she had with her beau, but she never returned. There was a concert at the camp that evening with much festivity, which would have delayed the realization that Nellie was missing. Saturday and Sunday came and no Nellie. Alarmed, a search is called for, but it is unsuccessful. A new search is begun on Monday morning, which is sadly successful. Nellie is found stabbed and hidden under a bush and some brambles, only 20 feet from the gates of the camp. The usual guard at the gates of the camp was no longer in place, a practice that had been in effect since Armistice Day. From the Evening Mail, the 14th of May, 1919, murder of a whack. Soldier detailed at Bedford. The dead body of a young woman named Nellie Florence Ruby Rault, a member of Queen Mary's Army Auxiliary Corps, was found on Monday afternoon at Haynes near Bedford, where she had been stationed, in circumstances which point to murder. The girl had been missing since last Friday, and her body was discovered within 20 yards of the Wilstead entrance to the camp, hidden in the bushes and covered over with branches, trees and leaves. Later this evening, the police detained a non-commissioned officer attached to the local military camp, and it is understood that he will be brought before the magistrates tomorrow morning. Miss Rault was 21 years of age, and she is described as dark and good-looking, and not more than 5 feet in height. A native of Jersey, where her family lives, she has been employed at the camp as an assistant in the officers' cookhouse since April 1917. She was last seen in the camp at 3:30 on Friday afternoon, but was not missed until the roll call at 9:30. When she did not appear the next day, search parties were organised, but without result until yesterday afternoon, when one of them came on the body almost accidentally, so well had it been covered up. The circumstances surrounding the crime appear to be difficult to explain. The girl was extremely quiet in her habits, worked well, was well liked by all her colleagues, and does not appear to have had any particular friends either in Bedford or in the camp. Nor does she seem to have been in the habit of going out with soldiers to any extent. There were marks of violence on the body which bore wounds in several places. Apparently, the girl had been stabbed in front and behind, but the police are reticent regarding the exact nature of the wound. It is stated that a knife and a civilian's waistcoat were found on the ground by the body, but the police refuse either to confirm or deny this statement. There were no papers or any particular significance found on the body, but a money wallet, which Miss Rault usually carried, was empty, although it's usual for her to have about £2 in money in her possession. It may be thought curious that a crime of violence of this nature could take place so close to the entrance to the camp, without somebody hearing the noise and the struggling which must have taken place. But on Friday evening, when the crime is supposed to have taken place, there was a concert in the camp and at some considerable distance from the gate, and everybody was present at it. Moreover, since the armistice, there had been no guard on the gate at night. The police are busy on the case and are said to be following up certain clues. It is stated that the girl made an appointment with a soldier to go on to the river on Saturday. The inquest was opened last night by Mr. Wiley, coroner for Bedfordshire, who said there was no doubt that the dead girl had been murdered, as the wounds could not have been self-inflicted. After formal evidence of the identification of the body had been given, the inquiry was adjourned until next Tuesday. From questioning of Nellie's friends, Sergeant Major Montague Cecil Hepburn names are brought forward as a man that Nellie had been seeing and indeed was supposed to meet with the same night as when she had been last seen. From the Daily Mirror, the 15th of May, 1919, murdered whack mystery. Mons Sergeant Major, I am innocent. As a result to the murder of Nellie Florence Ruby Rault of Queen Mary's Women's Auxiliary Corps at Haynes Park Camp near Bedford on Friday, Sergeant Major Montague Cecil Hepburn was charged at Bedford yesterday with the crime. Hepburn, a thick-set man of 30 with black hair and a slight moustache, was wearing the Mons ribbon and 3 chevrons. When asked if he objected to a remand, Hepburn said, "I can say I am innocent, quite innocent, sir. A mistake has been made. I would like to ask questions." The clerk said that no questions would be put at that stage and promised Hepburn that every facility would be afforded for him to have legal assistance. Hepburn was then remanded for a week. The press and the public begin to hear the awful litany of wounds sustained by Nellie. There's also a hint that Nellie had been outraged, making the motive of the crime clear, but simultaneously possibly opening up the potential field of suspects. Miss Rault had been missing since Friday, and her body was found at Wellstead Woods, close to the camp entrance. She was a waitress at the officers' mess. She was a Jersey girl. A number of knife wounds were in the chest, shoulder, and back, and there were bruises on other parts of the body. The legs were doubled up under the body, and the theory is that Miss Rault was forced to take her knee before being stabbed. It is supposed that she died while defending her honour. A table knife was found beside the body, and this had apparently been cleansed across the girl's blouse. The body was covered with bracken, branches, and shrubs, in order, obviously, that there should be no trace of the crime. The story spreads across the national newspapers. Hepburn, now under military guard, continues to protest his innocence. Nellie's best friend in the camp states that Nellie had said that she would be meeting the sergeant major, but she didn't state his name, making her evidence decidedly murky. From the Daily Mirror, the 21st of May, 1919, murdered whack mystery. Nellie Rault describes to her friend a trip to Bedford. The inquest on the body of Nellie Rault, a whack who was found murdered in a wood near Haynes Park military camp of the Army Signal Corps, was resumed yesterday at Bedford. Sergeant Major Hepburn, who is accused of the murder, was present in charge of a military guard, and Mr. Farr, a Bedford solicitor, watched the proceedings on behalf of the accused. Miss Hickson, administrator of the WAC Corps at the camp, said that Miss Rault was 21 years of age and her home was in Jersey. Only on one occasion had she committed a breach of discipline, and that was when she'd stayed out for an hour without leave. She then told the witness that she did it on the spur of the moment for a lark. Miss Hickson continued, saying that Miss Reed failed to return to the camp on that night. The next day, she communicated with the Bedford Borough Police, and later the commanding officer of the camp sent out a search party. Miss Hickson added that the girl was employed as a cook in the officers' mess during the morning and occasionally was off duty in the afternoon and sometimes in the evening up until roll call at 9:30 p.m. Friends, dramatic evidence. How Nellie Rault went away to keep an appointment. Eva Brown, a pretty looking young whack gave dramatic evidence. She had known Miss Rault well for nearly 2 years. They were close friends, she said. She last saw Miss Rault alive between 3:25 and 3:30 on the Friday afternoon when they had tea together in the kitchen. She said she was going to meet the sergeant major at the camp gates at 3:30. They were going on to the river. The coroner. Did she say the sergeant major or a sergeant major? She said the sergeant major, witness responds. When Miss Rault was leaving the kitchen, witness proceeded, she turned around and said, "Don't laugh if I come back in 10 minutes' time, disappointed." Miss Brown, the witness, stated that the previous night Miss Rault herself and several other members of the WAC attended a dance at the camp. It was customary for the girls to have only one partner during the evening. She danced that evening only with the sergeant major in the dock. Photographs of soldiers. Miss Brown said she did not know the names of the sergeant major. Miss Brown said that a few weeks ago the three of them, Miss Rault, the sergeant major, and witness, rode into Bedford on a canteen lorry. Miss Brown, the witness, said she left them in Bedford and Miss Rault and the sergeant major went on to the river. They all three met later and went home. The coroner. And do you mean to say that you do not know the name of the sergeant major? I don't know his name, she responds. Did you not hear Nellie call him by his name? I don't think she knew his name. The evidence given is troubling in that the sergeant major in the dock, Hepburn, is never named by Nellie, and indeed questions arise if she even knew his name. Also, evidence is brought forward that the person who Nellie was seeing usually wore black leggings, known as the usual mode of dress for the suspect, Hepburn. Evidence continues to be brought forward by the police. Scotland Yard had yet to be called into the case, a fact that would be filled with recriminations later. From the Daily Mirror, the 27th of May, 1919. Whack mystery. Sensational development expected in Haynes Park murder. I will prove my innocence. At the Bedfordshire Hall yesterday, Montague Cecil Keith Hepburn, Company Sergeant Major of the Royal Engineers, stationed at Haynes Park, was brought up in custody on remand, charged with the murder of Nellie Ruby Florence Rault, the pretty whack, on May the 9th. Superintendent Purser, who was in charge of the case, addressed the bench and said that in this case he had been instructed by the Director of Public Prosecutions to give formal evidence of arrest only at this stage and to ask for the case to be adjourned till Tuesday next. Going into the witness box and giving evidence, Superintendent Purser said, "On Tuesday the 13th of this month at 8 p.m, I arrested the prisoner at Haynes Park Camp and conveyed him to Bedford. On arriving there, I charged him on suspicion of murdering the girl at Wilstead on May the 9th, and I cautioned him. The accused replied, 'I quite understand my unfortunate position and your justification for arresting me, but I am innocent, and I shall be able to prove my innocence. Whoever says I was wearing black leggings that day has made a mistake. I was not.' On this evidence, accused was remanded till Tuesday next. It would not be surprising, said the Exchange, if the inquiry before the coroner has a sensational development. The red-handed clasp knife referred to and Hepburn's clothes are in London undergoing examination by Dr. Spilsbury. From the Daily Mirror, the 23rd of May, 1919, boys' stories at inquest on murdered whack, trying to sing. When the inquest on Nellie Rault of the Women's Army Auxiliary Corps, who was murdered in a wood near Haynes Park Camp in Bedford, was resumed yesterday, Sergeant Major Hepburn, who had been remanded by the magistrates on a charge of murdering the girl, was again in court. Miss Hickson, the commandant, said that it was not until about after Miss Rault was missing that she heard of the person who was referred to by the girl as Nellie's Sergeant Major. Miss Hickson made inquiries, and although none of the girls knew the Sergeant Major by name, he was described as short, dark, and usually wearing black leggings. Miss Hickson said that the regimental Sergeant Major saw her on the following Sunday night and told her that the only man answering the description was Hepburn. The regimental Sergeant Major said that Hepburn was the most unlikely man to have made an appointment with the girl. Schoolboy's story. The schoolboy, Bray, son of Captain Bray, stationed at Haynes Park, was also recalled. He was closely questioned by the coroner concerning the statement which he made at the last sitting, that at the time the murder was supposed to have been committed, Hepburn drove by the spot in an army lorry. It begins to become clear that the evidence gathered and the case regarding primary suspect Sergeant Major Hepburn has been mishandled. A key question that arises in the case is whether Sergeant Major Hepburn is the Sergeant Major that Nellie was seeing. Hepburn denies that association with Nellie. Descriptions regarding the man she was said to be seeing states it was a short, dark man who normally wore leggings rather than trousers. Although Hepburn is stated by others as normally being dressed in leggings, Hepburn denies having worn leggings on the fateful day of Nellie's multiple stabbings. Another question surrounds whether the person who had stabbed her would have had blood splattered upon his clothes, and whether any blood splatter is found on Hepburn's clothing that he's been closely inspected by Sir Bernard Spilsbury. From the Daily Mirror, the 27th of May, 1919. New light on whack mystery. Witness says Hepburn was wearing puttees. Little dark man. When the inquest on Nellie Rault, the whack who was murdered in a wood outside Haynes Park military camp near Bedford, was resumed yesterday, Company Sergeant Major Hepburn of the Royal Engineers, stationed at Haynes Park, was again present in court in custody. Dr. Garner said the scratches on the girl's face might have been caused by the brambles, but the marks on the wrist had been caused by someone who had held her tightly. From the fact that the legs were doubled up underneath the body, Dr. Garner thought the girl was in a kneeling position when she was murdered. The woman could not have lived more than 2 minutes after the wounds in the chest had been inflicted. Most of the bleeding was internal. The blood from the wounds in the chest was stopped by the woman's clothing. The coroner. Would that present the assailant getting blood on his clothes? I think it would. Regimental Sergeant Major Mepham said that in the non-commissioned officers' mess on the Sunday night after the girl was missing, he heard the name of Sergeant Major Hepburn mentioned, and he then realised that the description of this little dark Sergeant Major given to him by the lady commandant agreed with Hepburn. Mepham said he could not remember any Sergeant Major in the camp wearing black leggings except Hepburn. Witness added that Hepburn was a teetotaler and seldom used the non-commissioned officers' mess, but went to the YMCA. The day of the crime. Witness swears that Hepburn was wearing puttees and not leggings. Regimental Sergeant Major Mepham said that on the afternoon on which the murder was supposed to have been committed, he was working in the demobilisation office with Hepburn. Shortly after 3 o'clock, the Sergeant Major left the office, but only for about 5 minutes. Although he usually wore black leggings, Hepburn was wearing puttees that afternoon. Questioned on the point, Love said he would swear that Hepburn was wearing puttees and not leggings. They made his appearance so different. Lieutenant Colonel Phillips, commanding the Haynes Park Signal Depot, stated that in the consequence of the statement made by the commandant that the girl might have got into some trouble and done herself in Wilstead Woods, he ordered out a search party of 100 men, and a short time after the body was found. Sergeant Major Hepburn came to the orderly room and made a voluntary verbal statement with the effect that he had nothing to do with the case. The demobilisation office was about 200 yards away from where the body was found. Bloodstains. The coroner read the statement made by Hepburn to the police. Superintendent Underwood said he found in Hepburn's quarters a pocket handkerchief with bloodstains, which Hepburn explained by saying that his nose bled. On his bed he found a newly washed undercoat with a spot of blood on it. Asked by the coroner whether he wished to give evidence, Hepburn said, "No, not today." The hearsay evidence, such as it is, remains obscure and undetermined. The jury finds that Nellie was murdered by some person or persons unknown. Sergeant Major Hepburn is released, although warned that he could be brought forward again for questioning if additional information were to come to light. The police call upon Scotland Yard for help, certain that they have the right man for Nellie's murder in their sights. But Scotland Yard, now after a significant delay, is able to offer little that is new in the inquiry. The murder of Nellie Rault will remain a cold case mystery. From the Illustrated Police News, the 14th of August, 1919. Unsolved Mysteries. 5 murderers at large in different parts of the country. The general public will learn with surprise and disappointment that the Director of Public Prosecutions has decided to abandon the inquiry into the murder of Nellie Rault, the pretty young whack, who was stabbed by an unknown assailant at Haynes Park Camp in Bedford in May. This particularly heartless crime is thus added to the growing list of unsolved tragedies. No blame, of course, to the Scotland Yard experts who, under the experienced direction of Chief Inspector Wensley, did all that was humanly possible to elucidate the mystery surrounding Nellie Rault's murder. They worked under a severe handicap, as it was not until many weeks after the discovery of the murder that Scotland Yard's assistance was sought. Case 4. The Islington murder. The man who talked himself into guilt. True crime from 1840. Our next case begins with the man who walked free from court, tried for murder, examined, scrutinised, and ultimately acquitted. By every measure of the law, he was an innocent man. But then he made a decision. A reward had been offered, money for information leading to the capture of a killer, and this man, newly freed and no longer under threat of conviction, decided he knew something worth sharing. At first, just hints, then details, and then far too much. Because in trying to claim the reward, he began to place himself closer and closer to the scene of crime, closer to the victim, and ultimately to the act itself. until Scotland Yard realised they had not released an innocent man at all. They had released the killer. This is the Islington murder and the man who talked himself into justice. The robbery and subsequent murder of John Templeman was sadly all too frequent during this time. However, this case from the Scotland Yard files has a twist. In this strange case, the lead suspect is found innocent by trial of the murderous crime, but eyeing the cash reward for information regarding the murder, later admits to being at the scene of the crime as a witness only, hoping to receive the reward money on offer for information. The victim. John Templeman, an elderly resident of a cottage in Pocock's Fields, led a modest life sustained by the rental income from his properties. On the evening of March 17th, 1840, after collecting rent, he retired for the night, unaware that his fate would take a sinister turn. The following morning revealed a grim scene. Templeman's lifeless body in his room. He had fallen victim to a ruthless assailant, hands bound, eyes concealed with a bloodied stocking, and a brutally battered head. From The Sun, the 18th of March 1840, murder at Islington. During the whole of yesterday, the neighbourhood of Islington was involved in the utmost excitement, in consequence of the discovery of a most inhuman murder, perpetrated on the person of Mr. John Templeman, an elderly gentleman who resided in an obscure cottage in Pocock's Fields, at the back part of Liverpool Road, adjacent to Barnsbury Park, Islington. It appears that for some years past, the deceased gentleman occupied the above cottage and resided by himself in a most retired manner, occasionally amusing himself with his garden, consisting of an acre of land. His residence was surrounded by numerous other detached cottages, commanding a view of the Hampstead and Highgate hills, and is romantically situated. He was possessed of an income arising out of some houses belonging to him in the neighbourhood of Somerstown, and by all accounts was in the habit of boasting and exhibiting his money to his neighbours, which, it is said, led to the catastrophe which has so fatally ensued. On Monday last, he proceeded to Somerstown for the purpose of collecting his rents, and on his return home in the afternoon, he sent for a woman who lives adjacent to his cottage, and whom he has occasionally employed as a charwoman, for the purpose of procuring some necessary articles, and to request her son-in-law, whom he also employed, to job in his garden. Upon her arrival at the cottage, she found the old gentleman taking tea by himself, when he laughed and told her that he had been to collect all his rents, and he had been paid all in silver instead of gold, and at the same time telling her that he would be in bed at 6 o'clock that evening. The woman, whose name is Thornton, left the cottage and returned home, and yesterday morning, at about 8 o'clock, she sent her daughter with some writing paper which the deceased had requested her to purchase for him, when she knocked at the door and called him by name. But not receiving any answer, she returned and informed her mother, who proceeded to the cottage of the deceased and looked through the parlour window, and not seeing him there, as was his usual custom prior to that hour, she proceeded to the window of his bedroom, which is upon the same floor, there being only 2 rooms in the cottage. Upon elevating herself upon a stool, she peeped through the window, which she pushed open, and she perceived the bed all tumbled, and the pillows and bedclothes saturated with blood.
On stooping over, she was horror-stricken at beholding the deceased stretched upon the floor with both his hands tied with a cord. A bloody stocking was tied around his head so as to bandage his eyes. The floor and carpet were covered with blood, and the deceased's head was literally dashed to pieces. He was a corpse. Mrs. Thornton neglected to give any information to the police and delayed telling anybody of the discovery she had made until the arrival home of her son-in-law at 11 o'clock, who is employed as a private watchman at Sadler's Wells Theatre. Instead of giving information of the murder to the police, he was dispatched to make the circumstances known to the deceased's grandson, Mr. Herbert Templeman, solicitor, Mortimer Street, Cavendish Square. Investigations ensue. Police, in checking the immediate locality, come across the Jarvis household nearby, with their friend, Richard Gould. Gould has been heard bragging in the neighbourhood of his new riches, whereas before he was well known for his general impoverished state, having been unemployed for several months. From the Sun, the 19th of March, 1840. The Islington murder. At about 11 o'clock on Tuesday night, a man and his wife of the name of Jarvis, residing in one of the cottages in the immediate neighbourhood of the place where the murder was committed, were apprehended on suspicion of being concerned in the horrible transaction. They were conveyed to the station house at Islington, where they were both kept in safe custody the whole night. Yesterday morning at about 6 o'clock, another man named Gould was taken into custody in consequence of information received by the police implicating him in the murder. At about 10:30 o'clock yesterday, the three prisoners were conveyed from Islington to the police office in Hatton Garden for examination before the magistrates. They were handcuffed together, and as they marched along the streets, they were followed by a large crowd of persons. The three prisoners were placed at the bar. Gould is a tolerably good-looking young fellow of about 20 years of age. Jarvis and his wife are older. They all appear like persons who gain their livelihood by hard labour. A Mrs. Allen, Gould's landlady, was the first witness examined. She said that the prisoner Gould had occasionally lodged at her house for some time past. Lately he had been in the habit of sleeping there once a week. He always went to bed very early. On Monday night last he was to sleep there, but instead of coming in at his usual time, he did not make his appearance until about 3 o'clock in the morning. At that time he went to bed. Early in the morning, the witness saw Gould washing or endeavouring in some ways to remove what appeared to be stains from his trousers. This took place in the wash-house. Mr. Miller, an inspector of police, was next called. He said that in consequence of some suspicion he entertained, he went to the cottage in which Gould was staying. Gould was in bed. He told him to get up, for he wanted him. Gould asked him what he wanted, and whether he had got a warrant for his apprehension. "For," said he, "I expect one." The inspector searched the prisoner and found 9 shillings in silver in his trousers pocket and 7 lucifer matches in his waistcoat, and on taking him to the watch-house found a new pair of shoes on his feet. The inspector then sent a sergeant to search the cottage, and he found near £5 in money and some garments stained with blood. The velvet waistcoat now produced, belonging to the prisoner, was also marked with blood, and one part of it was burst. In answer to a question, witness said he took Jarvis into custody because in his house a bag was found containing a shirt which appeared to have been soiled with bloody hands. The prisoner Gould told him he had thrown away his old shoes. On searching the cottage where Gould was apprehended, a cotton stocking and cloth cap were found. Mr. Coombs said he would remand all the prisoners for further evidence, but there was already sufficient to bind the witnesses examined over to appear to prosecute them at the Central Criminal Court, which was accordingly done, and the prisoners were taken from the bar and locked up. They were eventually taken off in a van amidst a crowd of spectators. The trial was adjourned to Monday next. An inquest is held with the evidence so far accumulated presented to the jury there. The jury, after hearing all the evidence, took 15 minutes' deliberation to find Richard Gould, alias Arthur Nicholson, guilty of the wilful murder on the body of John Templeman. With a lack of evidence implicating the Jarvises, they are set free. The trial. The trial was very well attended. From the Sun, the 24th of March, 1840, the precincts of the court were crowded the whole of the day with persons anxious to hear the proceedings or to get a glimpse of the prisoners. There was considerable difficulty in gaining admission to the court, which was held in the room upstairs. The evidence. The evidence collected by Scotland Yard included conversations Gould had had with people referring to his new riches, his recent purchase of new shoes having thrown the old ones away, the bag found on the premises confirmed to have blood and dirt on it, the unusual lateness of his return to his main lodging room, and the landlady seeing Gould attempting to wash his own shirt in the wash-house the first thing the next morning. This was confirmed as unusual for him. His bloody and torn waistcoat that was found in his room. The question was whether Mr. and Mrs. Jarvis were equally involved was reviewed. Mr. Jarvis was released without session almost immediately. The culpability of Mrs. Jarvis was more suspect. As witnesses and evidence were produced, there was no tangible evidence tying Mrs. Jarvis to the crime, and she is released. Gould remains the prime suspect. From the Sun, the 30th of March, 1840, the coroner then went on minutely through the evidence as it affected Mrs. Jarvis, and said that it was altogether impossible to ground on it an accusation of murder. There was no evidence whatever to establish a guilty knowledge on her part. Circumstantial evidence pointed towards Gould. He had, prior to the murder, boasted about targeting an elderly man. Testimonies confirmed his late-night activities and conspicuous display of wealth the subsequent day. Gould's defence was robust. He had not entered the scene of the crime and knew nothing about it. Doubt was cast upon the testimony of his landlady and of that from the Jarvises. There was no proof that Gould had been involved in the murder, and the whole case was purely circumstantial. Although compelling for Scotland Yard, this evidence failed to convince a jury, resulting in Gould's acquittal during the trial. After a trial lasting a little more than 13 hours, the jury, without leaving their box, for consultation found Gould not guilty. The reward. With Gould and Jarvis's released, the case stalled. A reward of £200 was offered for information in connection with the robbery and murder of Templeton. Gould, it would seem, was a man who was unable to stop talking. Gould, found innocent of the crime after his trial, shared with others in the neighbourhood that he knew who had committed the murder, although in his trial he had testified that he knew nothing whatsoever related to the crime. From the Sun, the 16th of April 1840, the Islington murder. Richard Gould was tried and acquitted of having perpetrated this murder. The trial being now over, we are at liberty to state that we know to be the fact that while Gould has invariably asserted his innocence, he has admitted his knowledge of the parties who perpetrated the deed, an admission which is hardly consistent with his assertion. Despite Gould's earlier acquittal on the murder charge, Scotland Yard pursued Gould for the robbery conviction. Gould might have eluded justice if not for his own avarice. Attempting to claim a reward for information on the crime he committed, he concocted a tale implicating himself, John Jarvis, and Mrs. Jarvis. In his attempt to get the reward, Gould inadvertently provided enough details to confirm his presence that fateful night and implicate himself. From the Sun, London, the 11th of May 1840. The recapture of Richard Gould at Gravesend on board a ship about to sail for New South Wales. On Saturday at about 3:30 in the afternoon, Richard Gould, who was tried and acquitted at the last sessions of the Central Criminal Court on a charge of being concerned in the murder of Mr. John Templeman of Pocock's Fields, Islington, was brought before Mr. Hall at Bow Street on a warrant which had been granted to Sergeant Ottaway, a division on the previous day, for his apprehension. Gould is charged on suspicion with being concerned with others not in custody, with burglarously breaking and entering the dwelling house of the deceased on the 17th of March last, and stealing therefrom a quantity of gold, silver, and other monies from his property. The prisoner was respectably dressed and appeared to have lived well since his acquittal, although on being brought to the bar he seemed to have lost the confidence and self-possession which he evinced during the trial at the Old Bailey. Sergeant Ottaway, being sworn, stated that having procured a warrant at this court on Friday, the 8th inst., from Mr. Jardine, he proceeded to Gravesend, where he went on board the Mary Catherine, a trading vessel bound for Sydney, and having examined it on the following morning at 4:30, he took the prisoner into custody and conveyed him before the sitting magistrate of this court. Inspector Miller, N Division, stated that on the morning of the 17th of March last, a burglary and robbery was committed at the house of the late Mr. Templeman, situated in Pocock's Fields, Islington. It would appear that the burglars had effected an entry through a small window in the front of the house, in which a small bit of glass had been cracked or broken, and then by simply undoing with the hand a small button which was immediately inside the sash. The same night, at about 11:15, police went to the cottage about 250 yards distant from that of the deceased, which was occupied by a person named Allen, where the prisoner was found in bed with 2 children and was taken into custody. In his trousers pocket Upon searching him, was found 9 shillings, and in his waistcoat pocket 7 lucifer matches, together with 2 pawnbrokers' duplicates. After he was conveyed to the station, it was discovered that he wore a new pair of boots. Sergeant King, the officer who had assisted in searching the cottage, was not in attendance, but it appeared that he found a quantity of money in the roof of that cottage. Sergeant John Collins, 24, N Division, being sworn, deposed that he knew where the late Mr. Templeman lived, which was a short distance from the cottage occupied by Allen. Sergeant Collins searched the house of the deceased on the morning that the murder was committed. He received information of the occurrence between 11 o'clock and on entering the premises found 2 surgeons examining the body. On making a search, he discovered that an entrance had been made through a window into the sitting room. On the morning of the 18th of March, he went to Wilson's cottage in Pocock's Fields, which was occupied by a person named Allen, and where the prisoner was then lodging. From information he had previously received, he proceeded to search the privy and subsequently the back kitchen, where, between the ceiling and the tiles, he found placed behind one of the rafters a white cotton stocking containing 19 half-crowns, 48 shillings, and 7 sixpenny pieces. The stocking was identified by Mrs. Allen at the time as having belonged to the prisoner. Gould was disbelieving, as he had been found innocent of the murder. The response of the court was, "You must bear in mind that the present charge is quite distinct from that for which you have already been tried. The present question relates to property, and there are additional facts to be proven." Gould was then removed from the bar, and previous to his being conveyed to the House of Correction, his boots were taken from him, and he was provided with a pair of shoes. The tactic of Scotland Yard was to tempt a confession from Gould with the promise of the reward that was on offer. Scotland Yard approached Gould, stating that the Secretary of State had offered a reward of £200 for the apprehension of the murderer of the late Mr. Templeman, and at the same time showing him a copy of the noble lord's letter, which Gould read. Immediately Gould said, "No, I can't. I have made up my mind. I will not say anything. I have already told one person the whole affair." After some time, Gould asked to see the letter again, and on reading it he said, "I have nothing to do with it, but I'll tell you what I'll do. If they give me £100 and pay my passage money, I'll give them the names of the parties concerned." The investigator then asked if Gould would give the name of the person who had committed the murder, and he said he would. The persistent officers of Scotland Yard, with effort, managed to get a confession out of Gould as he sat in prison, with the implication of the reward money on offer. Gould was aware that he could not be tried again for murder. From the Sun, the 11th of May, 1840. Further particulars. Gould expressed his satisfaction upon receiving them, and in the course of a minute or two desired that he might have a private conference with the police sergeant. This wish was granted him, and after an interview of nearly half an hour, Sergeant Ottaway left the prison for Scotland Yard. Yesterday morning, Sergeant Ottaway again visited Gould at the prison. He remained with him the whole morning, and when he left, he brought away with him a full confession, taken from Gould's lips, and we believe signed by him. We have with difficulty learned for a fact that in his confession Gould has admitted his agency in the murder of Mr. Templeman and accused both Jarvis and his wife of being more deeply involved in it than he is. A copy of the confession was furnished last night to the Secretary of State, and we were assured that a public examination of the case will take place at Bow Street tomorrow. A new trial commences again with the aim of proving who the murderer of Templeman was. From the Evening Mail, 13th of May, 1840, the confession of Richard Gould. When I was at Jarvis's, then it was arranged that we should go on Monday night, and I went away early on Sunday because Jarvis expected his brother. But before he went, Jarvis got a piece of wood out of the garden. He made a hole in it, through which he put a piece of string to hang it on his wrist. After that I went to Flora Tavern in York Place and got drunk. I was to have seen Jarvis early next morning, but in consequence of lying in bed late, Mrs. Jarvis came down to Allen's and brought a message from Jarvis, stating that I was not to go near their house till after the public houses were closed at night. But I did go with her, as she had got breakfast ready, and said there would be no fear of being noticed. I then went to the Rainbow and stopped till near 12 at night, and then went to Jarvis's. Being a few minutes past 12, me and Jarvis went out together. Mrs. Jarvis stopped under the portico to watch. In case anyone came, she might give the alarm. I went in first by the window and broke a bit of paper out, and a little bit of glass as well. I got my finger in and undid the button, then got in, and Jarvis got in after me. After I got in, the chisel Jarvis had brought I got from him, and I broke the door open. We could not find anything but the silver in a box, no half-sovereigns or gold there. Jarvis went into the bedroom. He said, as I could not find the notes, most likely Mr. Templeman had them under his head. He then said, we must take him quiet and fast. Jarvis then struck him with the stick. The old man jumped right out of bed. Jarvis then knocked him down and held his hands while I tied them with the clothesline we brought with us. Jarvis then tied the stocking over his eyes. I then made another search for the notes, and I found the notes wrapped up in some other papers in the drawer where we had found the silver in the box. I then said we had better step off as quick as we could. The old man had then come round by this time and said, I know you. I jumped out of the window. Jarvis said we should be sure to be found out. He then said I would rather settle him than be found out, and went back into the room. He then came out of the window the same way as we got in, and we went to Jarvis's house, where Mrs. Jarvis was outside of the door. I wanted to divide the money, but he said I'd better plant it for a bit, as all the cottages about there would be sure to be frisked. I agreed, and then said I would make haste and show myself somewhere in case of being suspected. I promised to meet Mrs. Jarvis the next morning at the Three Goats Head in the Wandsworth Road. The fire being out, said I, better put the piece of wood out of the way, and I took it and threw it into the New River that night, and the dark lantern I threw into a pond in Pocock's Fields. Next morning I placed the money where it was found, and took about 9 shillings from it. The stocking it was in was an odd one that belonged to myself. Then I went to a coffee shop opposite the Three Goat's Heads in Wandsworth Road and had my breakfast, and then went to a public house and waited till Mrs. Jarvis came. We had a pint and a half of beer and a quartern of gin. We then returned towards the Jarvises. When we got to Lambeth Walk, I bought the shoes for 7 shillings. I paid for them with the silver. When we came out, I proposed to throw the old ones away, as they were not worth any. This case, which up to this time had dominated the headlines, became overshadowed by the famous Courvoisier trial that we covered in an earlier episode. Whilst Gould is under suspicion, he resides at the infamous Newgate prison. Here, he famously tries to escape, but is caught. The escape attempt makes Gould look all the more guilty. From the Sun, London, 30th of May, 1840. Desperate attempt of the prisoner Gould and the condemned convict Bailey to escape from Newgate. However extraordinary and incredible it may appear, it is nevertheless certain that the prisoner Gould, who it will be remembered was recently tried for the murder of Mr. Templeman, who but a few days since was again committed from Bow Street Police Station upon the charge of having burglariously entered the house of that deceased gentleman, together with the man Bailey, who is ordered for execution on Monday next for attempted murder on the high seas, have made a most desperate attempt in which they nearly succeeded to escape from the condemned cells of Newgate. The second trial of Gould commences. The prosecution is now armed with Gould's confession. From the Liverpool Standard and General Commercial Advertiser, 23rd of June, 1840. Trial of Gould and verdict. Richard Gould was placed at the bar charged with breaking and entering the dwelling house of the late unfortunate Mr. Templeman in Pocock's Fields, Islington, and stealing therefrom a sum of money from his property. The prisoner walked with a firm step to the bar and respectfully bowed to the court. He maintains the same nerve and firmness which he has so remarkably exhibited on all former queries. He pleaded in a firm-toned voice of not guilty. Mr. Bodkin conducted the prosecution. The prisoner has no counsel. Mr. Bodkin, at considerable length, detailed the facts of the case to the jury. There were 26 witnesses in attendance. The verdict. At 5:30 this afternoon, after the learned judge had charged the jury, commenting upon the evidence as he proceeded, and pointing out to their particular attention those parts which most immediately bore upon the guilt or innocence of Gould, the gentlemen of the jury retired to consider their verdict, and returned at 6 o'clock, when they pronounced the prisoner guilty. The judge immediately passed upon him the sentence of transportation for life. Found guilty, Gould did indeed receive his gift of free passage, but undoubtedly not in the same context as he had envisioned. As for the Jarvises, we can find absolutely no trace if any further trial was placed against them. The circumstantial evidence based solely on Gould's confession. The blood had been found in Gould's room, as had the money. The prosecution knew there was little chance of a successful conviction of the Jarvises based on Gould's hearsay. The case of John Templeman remained officially unsolved. Gould, still thinking he could possibly receive the £200 reward, even though he had been convicted of burglary, is further astonished to find that the terms of the reward was information leading to the conviction of the murderer. And as the murderer of Templeman was never convicted, there would be no reward money to Gould, who was transported.
Case 5. The Road Hill House Murder. A Scotland Yard mystery, true crime, from 1860. Our next case takes us to a quiet country house in Wiltshire in the summer of 1860. A respectable family, servants in their places, doors locked for the night. Nothing out of the ordinary until morning. A 3-year-old child is missing from his bed. No sign of struggle, no sound in the night. No indication that anything at all had disturbed the household, and yet, within hours, the worst is discovered. The child is found hidden on the property, his injuries so severe that even experienced investigators struggled to comprehend them. There is no sign of forced entry, no clear intruder, no obvious explanation, which leaves only one conclusion. Whoever committed this crime was already inside the house. What follows is one of the most controversial investigations in the early history of Scotland Yard. An inquiry that would destroy reputations, divide public opinion, and leave a question mark hanging over the case for years, until 5 years later the truth finally emerged. This is the Road Hill House murder and the death of young Francis Saville Kent.
It is 1860 Wiltshire. Today's episode looks at an early Scotland Yard case with their rising star detective Jack Witcher pitting his famous detective skills against an unknown murderer in a hostile environment. 3-year-old Francis Saville Kent has been secreted from his cot in the dead of the night, taken to the outhouse, and had his throat sliced so deeply that the gash has cut through to the spine. There is also a deep wound in his breast. Francis's little body is wrapped in a blanket and has been shoved down the toilet in the outhouse. Who did the crime? And why would anyone kill a small 3-year-old child? It is quickly established that the killer, whomever it is, must reside in the house. With initial failures from the Wiltshire Police, the London Metropolitan Police, early Scotland Yard, is contacted with a request for help, and the famous Jack Witcher is sent to solve the crime. This extraordinary case made headlines at the time, and the crime had a rolling impact on several people for years to come. The vicious murder of a young child in 1860 Wiltshire is today's episode of Scotland Yard Case Files. We hope you enjoy the show. Before we begin, it's important to review the background of the household. Samuel Saville Kent, born in 1800, married Mary Ann Windus in 1829. The two had 10 children, 4 of whom were living at the time of the crime. Samuel worked as a factory commissioner, requiring him to inspect factories around the country. His wife, Mary Ann, suffered from an obstruction of the bowel and was quite ill for some time. To help care for the children whilst Mary Ann was indisposed, Samuel Kent hired a governess, Mary Drew Platt. In 1852, Mary Ann died. The neighbourhood was rife with rumours regarding Samuel's philandering ways. 1 year after the death of Mary Ann, Samuel married Mary Drew Platt, the governess. The household. On the evening of the crime, the household contained Samuel Kent, 59, the patriarch. Mary Kent, 40, Samuel's second wife, who was pregnant with her fourth child, and 4 children from his first marriage, including the youngest, Constance, 15, and William, 14. Also, Mary Amelia Kent, 5, daughter by Saville's second marriage. Francis Saville Kent, 3, son by Samuel's second marriage. And Evelyn Kent, 1, daughter by Samuel's second marriage. The household had 3 staff members living in the house. Elizabeth Goff, the nursemaid at 22, Sarah Cox, housemaid, 22, and Sarah Kerslake, the cook, at 23. Reportedly, Constance and William did not like their new stepmother. Constance was known to be a troublemaker in regards to her stepmother. Such was the animosity that Constance was sent away to be educated, only coming back on holidays. Constance and William, as 2 children from the first wife, were said to be devoted to each other. The crime. Sometime at night within the house on the 29th of June, the nursemaid noticed that 3-year-old Francis was not in his cot. The cot still had an impression of his body. The nursemaid assumed that Francis had been picked up by his mother and thought no more of it. The following morning it was established that Francis was indeed missing. A comprehensive search of the house and grounds was made, with a reward of £10 on offer by Samuel to anyone who could locate his son. It was noticed that the windows that had been locked the night before were slightly ajar. Francis is found wrapped in a blanket and still in his nightclothes, partly stuffed down the water closet. His throat had been cut nearly to the spine. There's also a large gash on the left side of his little body. Interestingly, there was no blood in the water closet, and Francis had considerable bruising around his mouth. From the Bristol Daily Post, the 3rd of July 1860. Barbarous murder. A shocking tragedy was perpetrated at a village called Road. Barbarous murder. A shocking tragedy was perpetrated at a village called Road, 4 miles from this town, on Saturday morning last. Mr. S.S. Kent, a gentleman holding a lucrative appointment as Inspector of Factories for this district, lives in a retired house standing in its grounds at Road. On Saturday morning, about 7 o'clock, it was found that one of his sons, a fine boy just 4 years old, was missing from his cot in the nurse's room in which he usually slept, and after an hour's search, his body was found stuffed down the seat of a privy on the premises, the throat being cut from ear to ear, and a large stab being apparent in the region of the heart, evidently inflicted after death. The child was wrapped in the blanket belonging to its bed and appeared to have been killed whilst still asleep. The perpetrator is as yet undiscovered, but of course the most diligent inquiries are being made. It is thought that the guilty person or persons, for it seems almost incredible that one could have done it alone, must have been in the house overnight, for all the fastenings were untouched, just as they had been left the previous night, when examined by Mr. Kent, with the exception of the drawing-room window opening onto the lawn. This was found partially open, and the shutters unfastened, but no violence had been used either there or at the drawing-room door, which was locked on the outside overnight. The wounds were inflicted apparently with a large carving knife, but no such weapon or any clothes stained with blood have as yet been found on the house or the premises. The family consists of Mr. and Mrs. Kent and children, the 3 girls and a boy by the first wife, and 2 girls and the deceased by the present Mrs. Kent. It is a singular fact that nearly 3 years ago, the youngest 2 children by the first wife, Constance and William, conceived themselves to be ill-treated, and they started off both in boys' clothes and were not found for 2 days. They have now just returned from school. It seems almost incredible that the child could have been abstracted from the nursemaid's room without her knowledge, but not the slightest suspicion attaches to her. The affair has occasioned great consternation in the neighbourhood. The nursemaid's antecedents are looked into. Checks show that she has an unblemished record and to having been highly spoken of in her previous employment. Her reason for not attempting to find Francis when she discovered he was missing was that she thought he had been collected by his mother and placed in her bed. It is for this reason that a search was not made for Francis until the morning, when it was realised that no one had him. From the Bristol Daily Post, the 4th of July, 1860, the late mysterious and atrocious murder at Frome. The inquest on the body of Francis Saville Kent, aged 4 years, the victim of the diabolical outrage which has astounded the whole of this neighbourhood, was held on Monday at the Temperance Hall before Sylvester Esquire, coroner for Wiltshire. The inquiry was conducted in the Temperance Hall, which was crammed to excess. Mr. Rodway of Trowbridge, solicitor, attended to watch the case on behalf of Mr. Kent. The nursemaid, out of whose room the deceased was abstracted, the housemaid who examined the drawing-room fastenings in the night before the murder and found them undone, and the persons who discovered the dead body in the water closet were examined, but no fresh facts of any kind were elicited, and the barbarous affair still remains in the inexplicable obscurity which has hitherto characterized it. Constance and William Kent, a half-sister and half-brother of the deceased, were also examined, but no new information was gained. The superintendents of police from Frome, Trowbridge and Devizes, and the chief constable of Wiltshire were in attendance. After a 5 hours' inquiry, the jury returned a verdict of wilful murder against some persons or person unknown. On the 8th of July, little Francis Sackville Kent is buried. The grief of the father is said to be intense. The only mourners at the burial are Samuel Kent and William. Wiltshire Constabulary. There were many complaints throughout regarding the alleged errors made by the Wilts police in the case initially, thereby making things that much more difficult when Scotland Yard was called in. One example of their supposed bungling was the night dress incident. The night dress. During the initial investigation, a blood-stained nightdress was found stuffed up the chimney. The chief inspector of the constabulary ordered that the room would be watched in hope of the killer coming to collect and destroy the evidence. The plan was a failure, as the watching police found themselves locked into the kitchen whilst the bloody nightdress was whisked away, never to be seen again. With the Wiltshire Constabulary officers being easily tricked into being locked into the kitchen, and the removal of vital evidence, there is pressure to bring in outside help. Jack Witcher. Witcher was one of the 8 original detectives of the newly created detective branch of the Metropolitan Police, what would become Scotland Yard. Highly respected, he was referred to as the Prince of Detectives by his colleagues. Witcher faced a number of challenges. The constabulary did not want him and were unhelpful. The populace in general were unhelpful, with this outsider from London coming in to pry into the affairs of the local. The Kent family were upper class, and Witcher came from a working class background. This was relevant in 1860. Lastly, Witcher, in his investigations with the woman of the family, had to be most careful to follow the prescribed social decorum of the day. From the Bristol Daily Post, the 17th of July, 1860, the late mysterious murder at Rault. Inspector Witcher of the Metropolitan Detective Police arrived at Trowbridge yesterday evening and proceeded to Rault this morning to investigate this mysterious case. The magistrates of the Rault Division held a further conference this morning in the Temperance Hall, during which Elizabeth Goff, the nursemaid, was brought before them and liberated. The magistrates had little to communicate of their proceedings of that day, beyond the fact that Inspector Witcher, a detective officer, had been sent down from London, and the investigation was now placed in his hands. A reward would be immediately offered, £100 by the government and £100 on the part of Mr. Kent, to any person giving such information as should lead to the conviction of the perpetrator of the crime, together with a free pardon to any accomplice or person not being the actual murderer. The nursemaid had been discharged and had been informed that she was at liberty to go where she liked, and she had stated her intention of returning to the discharge of her duties at Mr. Kent's house. Mr. Lopez, another magistrate, said that the house had been re-examined and researched in every possible way. The best superintendents of the force had been engaged in the investigation, and it was only an act of justice to the police and to the magistrates to state that they had used their utmost exertions in endeavouring to train out the guilty party. Hostility to an outside detective from London was rife. Witcher encountered sullen responses to his queries and a lack of support from local constabulary. Residents of the village were equally less than helpful. Witcher turned his attention to the residents in the house. Who had the means and who had the motive? Constance's nightdresses. Ostensibly, Constance was supposed to own 3 nightdresses. However, she had in her possession only 2 nightdresses, her third nightdress having been borrowed from her sister. When asked about her missing nightdress, Constance stated that she had placed it in the wash basket and that it had become lost in the wash. Constance was arrested on the 16th of July, 1860, on suspicion of the murder of her half-brother, 3-year-old Francis. The suggested motive was her support for her brother William, who, with the birth of Francis, was no longer heir to Samuel's estate. A side motive proposed was her suggested extreme dislike of her stepmother and all of her half-siblings. Witcher believed that the murder had been mostly Constance, but with the help of William. From the Jersey Independent and Daily Telegraph, the 24th of July, 1860, the apprehension of Miss Constance Kent. This morning at 11 o'clock, a meeting of magistrates was held at the Temperance Hall in Road for the purpose of continuing the investigation into the murder of Francis Saville Kent under the mysterious circumstances with which the public are already familiar. From 11 o'clock till about 3:30, the inquiry was conducted with closed doors, but Mr. Inspector Witcher appeared, having Miss Constance Kent, a half-sister of the deceased child, in custody. The accused walked with a firm step from her father's house to the hall, but was in tears. She was accommodated with a seat in front of the magistrate's table, Mr. Inspector Witcher taking up his station on one side of her and Mr. Superintendent Wolfe on the other. She sat with her eyes fixed on the ground throughout the inquiry. The hall rapidly filled with inhabitants of Road and the neighbourhood, as the intelligence became known that Miss Constance Kent had been apprehended. Constance Kent was addressed. Miss Kent, information of Jonathan Witcher, the detective inspector of police of the metropolis, who has taken you into custody, has made a charge against you. His report reads, I have been engaged since Sunday last in investigating the circumstances connected with the murder of Francis Saville Kent, which took place on the night of Friday the 29th of June last. The house of his father, situated at Road in the county of Wiltshire. From my examination of the premises, the scene of the murder, and from inquiries and information received, I have reason to believe that the said murder was perpetrated by an inmate of the house, and I suspect that Miss Constance Kent is implicated in the crime, and I pray for a warrant to apprehend her. Mr. Ludlow states, that is the information upon which you have been apprehended, and we shall now proceed to take evidence. Inspector Witcher is sworn and deposes. I am Inspector of Detectives, and from many inquiries that I have made, and from information received, I sent for Constance Kent on Monday last to her bedroom, having previously examined her drawers and found a list of her linen, which I now produce, in which were enumerated, amongst other things, 3 nightdresses as belonging to her. A question of nightdresses. I said to her, this is a list of your linen. She replied, yes. I said, in whose writing is it? She said, it is my own writing. I said, here is the list that states 3 nightdresses. Where are they? She said, I have 2, and the other was lost at the wash the week after the murder. She then brought me the 2 which I now produce. I saw a nightdress and cap on her bed and asked whose they were. She said, they are my sister's. The 2 she brought me had been worn. This afternoon I again proceeded to the house and sent for the prisoner into the dining room. I said, I am a police officer, and I hold the warrant for your apprehension, charging you with the murder of your brother, Francis Saville Kent, which I will read to you. I then read the warrant to her, and she commenced crying and said, I am innocent, which she repeated several times. I then accompanied her to her bedroom, where she put on her bonnet and mantle, and brought her to this place. She made no further remark to me. I now ask for a remand for a few days, and on the next occasion I believe I shall be able to show the animus which existed between the prisoner and the deceased, and to search for the missing nightgown, which, if it is in existence, may possibly be found. To Wednesday or Thursday next, I think, will be ample time. After some further consultation, the prisoner was remanded till Friday next and was removed to Devizes Jail in custody of Inspector Witcher and Superintendent Wolfe. With the remand of Constance, Inspector Witcher redoubles his efforts to prove that Constance was the main killer of her half-brother. The case gripped the headlines across the UK. From the Cork Examiner on the 3rd of August 1860, English murders. Who is the murderer or who is the murderess of Francis Saville Kent? The proprietor of this most foul and most unnatural assassination still remains at large. The motives that prompted, the instrument that effected, the circumstances that attended, the means made use of to evade discovery of this horrible deed are yet shrouded in a mystery that seems inexplicable and impenetrable. In the case of the poor little boy, Francis Saville Kent, it is as clear as the sun at noonday that the child was found barbarously murdered, stabbed, its throat cut from ear to ear, and crammed head downwards in the orifice of a cesspool. The little victim was taken up by someone's dexterous and, it may be, experienced hands from the crib where he slept. The bedclothes were neatly folded down. He was borne wrapped in blanket through the apartments of his home, someone evidently well acquainted with the locality, and who had the devilish cunning to open the fastenings of one of the windows in order to suggest that the idea that the assassin had entered from without. He was carried, sleeping or waking, the murderer alone can tell, to the cesspool. It may be that the first intention of the assassin was to suffocate the child, but a slanting board appears to have frustrated any design of total immersion. Then the more butcherly act of cutting the throat was performed, and the child was left and found as to have been described. But wherefore and by whom? Here our knowledge ends. The child was murdered by someone in the house of Mr. Kent. That fact is apparent to the most superficial observer of the evidence, and, up to the present moment, it seems to be all that can be known by the keenest detectives in England. Letters pour into the papers from armchair detectives attempting to resolve the riddle themselves from the clues given in the papers. The search is on for the missing nightdress, but no trace can be found. A request is made to exhume the body of Francis Sackville Kent, with the thought that possibly the guilty party had secreted the nightdress within the coffin. With permission from the Home Secretary, the coffin is exhumed, but no trace of the nightdress is found within the coffin. Such is the notoriety of the case that more than one person unrelated to the family comes forward to confess the crime. These are quickly discarded as alibis, timelines, and crime scene testimony is checked. With the missing nightdress not found and no other viable evidence for the prosecution, the case of Constance Kent collapses and she is released. Witcher had faced considerable hostility. The case broke his spirit and his reputation as the rising star at the time of Scotland Yard. Witcher returned to London, where he resigned from the Metropolitan Police shortly afterwards. He maintained his conviction that Constance, with the help of William, had killed 3-year-old Francis. He was reported to having told a friend that they would only know the truth when Constance confessed. Constance Kent. Although legally reprieved, Constance's reputation was destroyed with the taint of did she or didn't she about her. There were stories of her having been jeered at while walking in the town. Constance was sent to a religious institution in France and then back to England at St. Mary's Home for Penitent Females. The case becomes a cold case. It is shelved with no further viable suspects that can be proven. And then the incredible happens. Constance confesses. The confession. Constance confessed in April 1865 to her confessor, the Reverend Arthur Wagner. In her statement, Constance explains that she waited for the household to be asleep and then went downstairs, opening the shutters and a window in the drawing room. She then went and took Francis from his bed, wrapped in a blanket. She then carried young Francis to the water closet, where she had previously hidden matches and a candle to give her light to accomplish her vile deed. With a razor stolen from her father, she cut Francis's throat and attempted to stuff him down the privy, the toilet. This planned murder was an act of revenge against her stepmother for her treatment of her mother. The children at the time had suspected that her father had been carrying on with the future second wife of Samuel whilst their mother was still alive. From the South Australian Register, the 18th of November 1865, Constance Kent's confession. Dr. Bucknell of Rugby, the medical gentleman who visited Constance Kent to give an opinion on the subject of her sanity, has published, at her particular desire, a confession which she has made to him of her crime. On the night of the murder she undressed herself and went to bed, because she expected that her sisters would visit her room. She lay awake, watching until she thought that the household were all asleep, and soon after midnight she left her bedroom and went downstairs and opened the drawing-room door and window shutters. She then went up to the nursery, took the child from his bed and carried him downstairs through the drawing-room. Having the child in one arm, she raised the drawing-room window with the other hand, went round the house and into the closet, lighted a candle which she had secreted there, and placed it on the seat of the closet, the child being wrapped in the blanket from his cot and still sleeping. And while the child was in this position, she inflicted the wound in the throat with a razor of her father's, which she had procured a few days previously. She says that she thought the blood would never come, and that the child was not killed, and she thrust the razor into its left side and put the body with the blanket into the vault. She went back to her bedroom, examined her dress, and found only 2 spots of blood on it. These she washed out in the basin and threw the water, which was but little discoloured, into a footpan. She took another of her nightdresses and got into bed, and in the morning her nightdress had become dry where it had been washed, and she folded it up and put it into the drawer. Her 3 nightdresses were examined by Mr. Foley, the police superintendent, and she believes also by Mr. Parsons, the medical attendant of the family. She thought the bloodstains had been effectively washed out, but on holding the dress up to the light a day or 2 afterwards, she found the stains were still visible. She therefore secreted the dress, moving it from place to place, and eventually burnt it in her own bedroom and put the ashes or tinder into the kitchen grate. As regards the motive of the crime, says Dr. Bucknell, it seems that, although she entertained at one time a great regard for the present Mrs. Kent, yet if a remark was at any time made which, in her opinion, was disparaging to any member of the first family, she treasured it up and determined to avenge it. She had no ill will against the little boy except as one of the children. Dr. Bucknell adds, she told me when the nursemaid was accused, she had fully made up her mind to confess if the nurse had been convicted, and that she had felt herself under the influence of the devil before she committed the murder, but that she did not believe and had not believed that the devil had more to do with her crime than he had with any other wicked action. She had not said her prayers for a year before the murder, and not afterwards until she came to reside at Brighton. She said that the circumstance which revived religious feelings in her mind was thinking about receiving the sacrament when confirmed. The doctor does not believe Constance Kent is insane, but he thinks that from her peculiar temperament that solitary confinement would be very likely to make her so. The Times summed up the general reaction to Constance's confession. A more horrible story has seldom been placed before the world. A description given by a girl of 21 of the way in which, when only 15, she murdered her little brother from no motives but those of the most trifling spite. The horrible deliberation which every turn in the story displays, the indifference or the still more diabolical self-possession which it indicates, these things combined form a picture which may well make us shudder. It is evident, however, that we have not yet obtained a complete account of all the circumstances. Whether from the obligatory of mind which seems to prevent every criminal from making a perfectly accurate confession, or from mere inadvertence or omission on the part of the narrator, it is impossible to say. There is some mystery about the night dresses, and also about the girl passing through the house at night without disturbing anyone, not even the child. With her confession, Constance was charged and convicted of the murder of her brother. Constance was initially sentenced to death by hanging, but she was reprieved by Queen Victoria due to her youth. Constance served 20 years at various prisons, where she was employed in the laundry and later in the infirmary. She was released in July 1885, and she was 41 years old. Once Constance was released, she emigrated to Australia and joined her brother William in Tasmania. She held a number of different positions, including nurse and administrator in New South Wales.
Case 6. The Abertillery murders. Acquitted, then killed again. True crime from 1921. Our next case begins in a small Welsh mining town in 1921, a place where everyone knew everyone, where children ran errands alone and neighbours trusted the familiar faces they saw each day, which is why when a young girl disappeared, the shock was immediate, and when her body was found, the search for her killer began in earnest. Suspicion fell quickly on a local boy, 15 years old, well-spoken, helpful, known to the family. He stood in court, faced the evidence, and was found not guilty. To the town he was innocent. More than that, he was celebrated, carried through the streets, cheered, rewarded, welcomed home as the boy who had been wrongly accused. And then, just weeks later, another child vanished. This time, there would be no doubt. This is the case of Harold Jones, the boy who fooled the town, and the second murder that changed everything. In 1921, the quiet mining town of Abertillery was shaken by two of the most chilling murders in British history. When 9-year-old Frida Burnell was found strangled near her home, suspicious fell on 15-year-old shopboy Harold Jones. Despite damning clues, Jones was acquitted and celebrated as a local hero. Just weeks later, he struck again. 11-year-old Florence Little never came home, and her body was found hidden inside Jones's own house. This episode of Scotland Yard Casebook explores the shocking trial, the boy's cold confession of killing for the desire to kill, and how a community's celebration of innocence may have paved the way for a second tragedy. We also look at how psychologists later interpreted his actions and why Harold Jones remains one of the most notorious young killers in true crime history. And in today's end of episode further particulars segment, freshly released from prison and still wearing trousers held together by sheer optimism, 72-year-old William Willoughby embarked on a heartfelt mission to steal pewter pots in protest of post-prison fashion standards. When caught again, he treated the courtroom to a rousing speech covering train etiquette, bricklayers' insults, and the Great Storm of 1881, all before being sentenced for the 11th time. As the judge sighed, Willoughby doffed his hat, climbed on a bench, and quite literally made his case. Background: Harold Jones was just 15 years old when he committed two of the most chilling child murders in the early 20th century Britain. Born in Abertillery in Wales, Jones was described by contemporaries as a quiet, intelligent and polite boy with a clean appearance and a good academic record. He showed no outward signs of violence or cruelty, and no behavioural problems were noted in his school reports. To all appearances, he was a model young man. He worked as a shop assistant in the local grocer's shop owned by Mr. Mortimer, where he quickly became a familiar and trusted face in the neighbourhood. His well-spoken and helpful manner made him popular with both customers and employers. He was precisely the kind of boy parents wouldn't hesitate to send their children to for errands, a fact that played tragically into his victim's vulnerability. Jones was on friendly terms with his first victim, 9-year-old Frida Burnell. Although there was no known warning signs like bullying or animal cruelty often associated with developing psychopathy, Jones appeared to have deliberately positioned himself as safe and dependable, possibly to facilitate future harm. Harold Jones was, by all outward measures, an ordinary teenage boy, and that may be what made him most dangerous of all. We begin with a quiet lane and an ordinary winter morning. In the Welsh mining town of Abertillery, a young workman walked his usual route at 7:15 a.m. Nothing unusual, nothing amiss, but just 15 minutes later, everything had changed. The body of a 9-year-old Frida Burnell was found lying in the same lane, lifeless and discarded. She had not been murdered there. Someone had placed her body deliberately, calmly and recently, in the brief window when no one was watching. Scotland Yard was summoned. A town that prided itself on neighbourly trust was about to come face to face with the truth far more chilling than they could imagine. From the Daily News in London, the 8th of February 1921. Clue in murdered girl's mystery. Body placed in a lane just before discovery. It is definitely established that the murder of Frida Burnell, the 9-year-old Abertillery girl, was not committed at the spot in a back lane at which the body was found. A workman who traversed the lane at 7:15 a.m. yesterday morning found nothing to attract his attention, and yet 15 minutes later the girl's body was discovered there. Chief Detective Inspector Hayden and Detective Sergeant Soden of Scotland Yard journeyed to Abertillery today and are now in charge of the case. They have examined footprints in the mud at the foot of the mountains and are vigorously following up what is regarded as an important clue. The inquest has been fixed for tomorrow and the funeral will take place on Thursday. The mystery deepened by the hour. Despite the arrival of Scotland Yard's finest, Chief Detective Inspector Hayden and Detective Sergeant Soden, the case was proving maddeningly elusive. Frida Burnell had vanished in broad daylight from the bustling heart of a busy mining town without witness or trace. No screams, no struggle, no sign of her until her body was found, eerily placed in a quiet lane just minutes before the discovery. Abertillery was gripped by fear. Detectives combed alleys, questioned neighbours, and even enlisted local cinemas to flash appeals for witnesses across flickering screens. But the more they searched, the stranger it all seemed. How could a child disappear so completely? How could a murderer move unseen through such familiar streets? And most disturbingly, was the killer still amongst them? From the Western Mail, the 9th of February 1921. Welsh crime mystery. Who killed Frida Burnell? Public aid in the search. There can be no two opinions that the Abertillery murder is proving one of the most difficult problems which the detective force of this country has had to deal with for a considerable time. The difficulty of finding the murderer of Frida Burnell, the 9-year-old daughter of Mr. and Mrs. Fred Burnell of 9 Earl Street, Abertillery, who disappeared entirely from the busy centre of a town just after 9 o'clock on Saturday morning without leaving the slightest trace, presents many obstacles to a solution. No stone is being left unturned, however, and the Chief Detective Inspector Heldon, Detective Inspector Soden, and Detective Chief Constable Lewis were on Tuesday afternoon seeking investigations in several quarters. In addition, a full description of the child, describing exactly the clothing that she was wearing on Saturday, was circulated in the course of the afternoon to the picture houses in the town, with a view of it being placed on the screen together with an invitation to anyone who had seen her on Saturday or Sunday morning, either with anyone or otherwise, to come forward and give any information that they had to the police officers working on the case. There are strong hopes that this will lead to a clue, for the town is wholehearted in its desire to find the assailant. Any information which anyone can give will no doubt be at once forthcoming. Members of the public have already given information when requested, and it is hoped for more results from this further public invitation. In the afternoon, Mr. W.T. Dauncey, the Deputy Coroner, opened the inquest. The police court was crowded to its utmost capacity with the general public, and prominent amongst them were many members of the local branch of the Salvation Army, of which Mr. Burnell, the father of the child, is a member. The inquest. A father's quiet testimony. The courtroom was silent as Frederick George Burnell took the stand, a miner from 9 Earl Street and the father of the murdered girl. Frida, born on the 22nd of September 1912, had been sent out early that Saturday morning on an ordinary errand, a trip to Mr. Mortimer's seed shop on Somerset Street to fetch spice for the chickens. She wore a red hat trimmed beneath the brim with blue velvet and a brown coat. Some of her underclothes were brand new, carefully chosen, no doubt, by her mother. In her hand was a small black bag made from American cloth, stitched at home inside a single shilling for the purchase. She never returned, and her father never saw her alive again. Medical findings. The strangling of Frida Burnell. The post-mortem revealed a haunting detail. Frida Burnell had been strangled with her own scarf. Authorities believed the child was lured into a nearby house, stable, or concealed space, a place where her sudden scream might have echoed too loudly. To silence her, the killer struck a violent blow to the right temple. Although the skull was not fractured, the impact was described as severe. Death is believed followed swiftly. The evidence suggests the murder occurred not long after Frida left her home that morning. Her body was then hidden, likely within the premises to which the killer had access, before being moved under cover of early light. Investigators are confident the body was placed in the back lane only moments before its discovery. The idea that a young girl's lifeless form, dressed only in her everyday clothes, could have been carried far without notice at such an hour seems unlikely. Whoever killed Frida likely did so nearby and knew the area well. From the Daily Mirror, the 10th of February 1921, Scarf Crime Clue. Important find by police in the Welsh mystery. A new turn has occurred in the mystery of the murder of Frida Burnell, the 9-year-old girl who was found last Sunday near her home at Abertillery, strangled with her own scarf. The police, who under the direction of Inspector Hayden and Sergeant Soden of Scotland Yard and of Detective Chief Constable Lewis, have been very active today, and it is understood have found what they believe to be the key to the situation. When the body was found on Sunday morning, there was a serious wound on the girl's head, and the scarf or neckerchief with which she had been strangled had been so pulled round her face as to form an effective gag. Her arms and legs were tightly bound with stout cord of a peculiar make. Evidence of the feeling of the town was given at a special meeting of the Borough Council last night, when a fund was opened to assist the relatives Mr. George Barker. As Scotland Yard intensified its efforts to unearth Frida Burnell's killer, attention turned to the many townspeople who might have seen the child that morning. Among them was 15-year-old Harold Jones, a local shop assistant at Mortimer's seed merchant on Somerset Street, and one of the last known people to speak with Frida. Mr. Mortimer's premises included not just the public shopfront, but also a private warehouse in the rear. Detectives began to consider whether this warehouse might have served as the scene of the crime, a quiet space out of sight and perhaps accessible only to a selected few. which raised a critical question. Was the warehouse locked? And if it was, who had the key? When young Harold Jones was called to give evidence at the resumed inquest, what followed startled the entire courtroom. Taking the oath, the boy suddenly blurted out, "What I said about the key is a lie," before the coroner had even finished the caution. Jones was referencing a previous statement he had made that the warehouse had been locked up tight by himself, the person with the key. The room fell silent. Scotland Yard took notice. From the Daily Mirror, the 25th of February 1921. Abertillery murder inquest surprise. What I said about a key is a lie, says boy. Child's last errand. There was a peculiar incident at the resumed inquest at Abertillery yesterday on Frida Burnell, the 9-year-old girl who was found strangled in a back lane 200 yards from her home. When Harold Jones, a boy of 15 who was called as a witness, was taking the oath after the words "nothing but the truth," he added, "all but the key. What I said about the key is a lie." The coroner told him he was not compelled to make any statement which might incriminate himself. Jones continued his evidence. The dead girl's father, Mr. Burnell, answering a question by the coroner, said that about 6 o'clock on Saturday evening, the boy, Harold Jones, who was Mr. Mortimer's assistant, called to ask if Frida had been found. In answer to further questions by the coroner, Mr. Burnell said his daughter was friendly with Jones and they used to go to his house to play with his sister. Harold Jones, assistant to Mr. Mortimer, was then called and the incident relating to the oath then occurred. About the shed, access under scrutiny became increasingly tangled. At times he claimed the doors were locked, elsewhere he insisted they were not secure. He told investigators he'd left the key hanging on a hook and then later said he carried it in his pocket. Other boys contradicted his account of who touched the doors and when. The warehouse, once an unremarkable part of Mortimer's shop, had become the dark heart of the investigation, a place shrouded in confusion, suspicion, and chilling plausibility. From the Daily Mirror, the 26th of February 1921. Jury visit shed. Police theory that victim was carried in a sack. Dead child's bonds. Edward Thomas Lewis, ostler, described the finding of the body in the lane at about 7:20 a.m. on Sunday, February the 6th. It was lying on the right side with the head partly hit, and there was a string tied around her legs. Superintendent Lewis recalls said it appeared to him the body had been emptied from a sack, as particles of chaff were found on the ground and the clothing, and the legs were contracted and tied with string just above the ankles. The child had evidently been dead a considerable time. Both arms were tied just above the elbow, and a muffler which was produced was pressed up on the lower lip. The scarf was wound round the neck and tied tightly over the left cheek. He believed the arms and legs were tied after death, said Superintendent Lewis, as there was no discoloration. The string used was similar to that generally used in merchants' warehouses. Superintendent Lewis then gave details of his visit to the corn merchant's shed and the discovery of a pocket handkerchief which was subsequently identified as belonging to Ivy Burnell, sister of the dead girl. As the inquest wore on, inconsistencies in Harold Jones's testimony began to draw closer scrutiny. Of all the swirling questions, one remained central. Was the warehouse, the suspected site of the murder, locked or unlocked at the time of the crime? Jones was cross-examined again. Jones would go on record stating it was unlocked, a detail with enormous implications. What followed was an intense and protracted cross-examination, and the boy under oath sticking to his version of events, even as doubt crept in. From the Daily Mirror, the 2nd of March, 1921. Shopboy's ordeal at Abertillery inquest, recalled and questioned for 4.5 hours. New story of saga, holds firmly to the account, visits the shed. For 4.5 hours yesterday, Harold Jones, the 15-year-old boy, was subjected to searching examination by the Abertillery coroner at the resumed inquest on Frida Burnell. This was the second time that Jones had given evidence at the inquiry. At the previous hearing, he was in the witness box for 4 hours. Jones is an assistant at Mr. Mortimer's seed stores, to which Frida Burnell was sent on an errand on Saturday. She disappeared the same morning, and the next day was found strangled in a lane near her home. Her body had apparently been carried into the lane in a sack. A girl's handkerchief was found in a shed belonging to Mr. Mortimer, but proceedings at the previous day's inquest were mainly taken up by improving the instances relating to the finding of a sack on the main road by Harold Jones and his company with other boys. Jones again cautioned. When Jones was recalled yesterday, the coroner again warned him to start he need not answer any questions which might incriminate him. Asked what his movements were after he opened up the store on Sunday, Jones said he was with the chickens in the shed. He had the key at the shed in his pocket, and after feeding the chickens, he locked both doors of the shed and left the key at Mr. Mortimer's house. Jones denied a statement made by his employer's son that when he went together into the shed on Saturday to fetch some potatoes, Jones told him to wait outside and look after the truck. Answering the coroner, he said that he was with the youth named Edward Clisset and that he had forgotten to lock the door of the shed after he fed the chickens on Saturday. The coroner pressed Jones on the point of whether the door of the shed was open when he went there on the Sunday morning. Jones answered that it was. After days of intense testimony and growing public tension, the inquest jury initially delivered a cautious verdict: murder by a person or persons unknown. But the coroner, unsatisfied, refused to accept it. He ordered the jury to reconsider, and behind closed doors, something shifted. With visible reluctance, the jury returned and named the boy who had been at the centre of the suspicion all along, Harold Jones. From the Daily Mirror, the 8th of March, 1921, arrest of a boy in Welsh mystery. Abertillery coroner rejects an open verdict. Jury's decision. Examination of a sack gives negative result. There was a sensational development last night in the mystery surrounding the death of Frida Burnell, the 9-year-old girl found strangled near her home at Abertillery. Following the inquest at which a verdict of murder against some person or persons unknown was returned, the police arrested Harold Jones, aged 15, a shop assistant, one of the witnesses at the inquiry, and he will be brought before the magistrates today. A dramatic incident occurred at the inquest yesterday when the coroner refused to accept an open verdict.
The jury, who, the foreman said, could not come to an agreement, were ordered to retire to reconsider their decision. After the second retirement, the jury returned a verdict as stated above. When the trial finally opened at the Monmouthshire Assizes, the courtroom was packed, the air thick with anticipation, fear, and disbelief. Despite the weight of circumstantial evidence and the unsettling contradictions in his own testimony, Harold Jones pleaded not guilty to the murder of Frida Burnell. His defence leaned heavily on character. Employers spoke warmly of his reliability. Neighbours described him as polite, clean, and clever. His parents swore to his good nature. And in a final twist, the defence floated the shadowy possibility of a mysterious stranger, an unknown presence said to have been lurking nearby on the day of Frida's disappearance, due to, as per the earlier testimony of Harold Jones, the warehouse being unlocked during the crime as he had forgotten to lock the doors. After just 5 hours of deliberation, the jury delivered their verdict. Not guilty. Murder by person or persons unknown. From the Daily Mirror, the 24th of June, 1921. Boy acquitted. Mysterious stranger who might have killed 8-year-old girl. Harold Jones, the 15-year-old Abertillery errand boy, found not guilty at Monmouthshire Assizes today on the charge of murdering little Frida Burnell, the 8-year-old Abertillery child, maintained his nonchalant and carefree attitude right up to the moment that he was set free. Mr. J.B. Matthews, his counsel, made a dramatic speech and suggested that a mysterious stranger who was seen hanging around the locality was the possible murderer. Equally striking was the prosecutor's concluding address for the Crown. The boy's demeanour, he said, seems to be that of heartless callousness and not that of a consciously innocent, as he had been suggested. He is a boy with a heart of stone, devoid of pity, sympathy, or compassion. Back in Abertillery, the verdict met not with suspicion, but with applause. Crowds gathered to welcome Jones home like a returning hero. He was hoisted onto a charabanc and cheered through the streets, schoolboys running alongside. Locals pressed forward to shake his hand. A collection was taken up. He was presented with a gold pocket watch. For a brief, unsettling moment, the boy, once suspected of child murder, became a local celebrity. And then the unthinkable. Just 2 weeks after Harold Jones walked free, celebrated through the streets of Abertillery as a wronged boy done good, another child vanished. 11-year-old Florence Little, a near neighbour of the Jones family, who failed to return home. This time there was no delay in the town's fear. The jubilant relief that had swept through the valley curdled into cold parental terror, and then terror turned horror. Florence's lifeless body was found, hidden in the attic of the house where Harold Jones lived. From the Daily Mirror, the 11th of June, 1921. Police search in Welsh mystery. The story of knife and stick found in boy's home. Jones remanded. Ground floor crime theory. Rope around the girl's body. Further remarkable developments have followed the sensational arrest of Harold Jones, the youth of 15, charged with the murder of Florence Little, a bright little girl of 11 who disappeared from her home at Abertillery.
Jones, who was acquitted on June the 23rd on the charge of murdering Frida Burnell, aged 8, was taken to Abertillery on Saturday and brought before the magistrate and remanded. The new charge against Jones followed a vain all-night search for Florence by thousands of people, many with mining safety lamps. Bloodhounds were also used. The girl's body was discovered in an attic of Harold Jones's house, and later, says a Newport message, there was an official confirmation of a statement that the police found a blood-stained knife and a blood-stained stick in the house. The knife was in a table drawer and the stick in a boiler in a back kitchen. Neighbours who visited the house alleged that there were bloodstains up all the stairs and on the landing immediately under the trap door leading to the attic where the girl's body was found. Evidently, they stated, several attempts had been made to wash away the stains. A rope was tied around the body and a handkerchief was attached to the loose ends of the rope, which gives rise to the belief that the crime was committed on the ground level, the body then being taken upstairs and pulled up through the trapdoor. Mother faints. Police find body after climb through hole in the ceiling. Florence Little, the 11-year-old daughter of a miner whose house is but 200 yards from where the body of Frida Burnell was discovered last February, was last seen playing with some companions outside her home on Friday evening. When she was called to go to bed, she was nowhere to be seen. Search parties comprising thousands of miners with safety lamps scoured the mountains and countryside throughout the night without result. Then, at the suggestion of neighbours, a house-to-house examination was made. Several were visited without result, and as the police prepared to enter Harold Jones's house, which is 3 doors away from the murdered girl's residence, there was a tense pause amongst a large crowd gathered outside. The actual finding of the body was made by a police constable who, to reach the attic where it lay, had to climb through an aperture in the ceiling at the top of the stairs of about 2 feet in width. Harold Jones, who had joined the search, was charged at the police station. So alarming was the demeanour of the crowd outside the police station that the Deputy Chief Constable had to appeal to the people to disperse quietly. "I have found the body of the child," he said, "at Harold Jones's house, foully murdered, and I have arrested Harold Jones." The mother of the little girl was unconscious for a time after the terrible discovery. Harold Jones stood in the dock of Abertillery Magistrates' Court, flanked by officers, accused of a second murder. Just days earlier, he had been celebrated as the wrongly accused boy, the pride of a town eager to believe in his innocence. Now the charge was darker still, the killing of an 11-year-old Florence Little. He showed no flicker of emotion, no tremble in the hand, no strain in the jaw. His face was unreadable. The proceedings were brief. He was remanded until July the 21st, when the inquest would begin. Outside the courtroom, his father offered an unshaken defence. "Harold is adamant he's done nothing wrong," he told reporters. When the police confronted him, he said straight out, I know nothing about it." The boy had even joined the frantic search party the night Florence vanished, walking the streets from 10:30 until nearly 4 in the morning. When he returned home, he ate quietly, slipped into bed, and, according to a friend who stayed the night, slept like a rock. But now, just a week after the town had carried him on their shoulders, Harold Jones stood alone at the inquest of Florence Little. At the inquest into the death of Florence Little, emotion and unease filled the Abertillery courtroom. Florence's 8-year-old sister Lily recalled that on the night of the murder, Harold Jones had asked her to tell Florence he wanted to see her. Minutes later, Florence and the Jones girl, Flossie, went inside the Joneses' household. Only Flossie came out. Florence was never seen alive again. Their mother, Mrs. Little, took the stand but collapsed in tears while identifying her daughter's clothes, overcome by grief. Meanwhile, Harold Jones, brought from Usk jail, sat in silence at the foot of the court, calmly taking notes, just as he had done during the trial for the first murder. From the Daily Mirror, the 23rd of July, 1921, page 2, inquest verdict in Welsh crime. Jury finds willful murder against Harold Jones. Mother collapses. Analytical experts' evidence of suspicious bloodstains. Willful murder was the verdict brought by the coroner's jury against the boy Harold Jones at the inquest at Abertillery yesterday on Florence Little, the 11-year-old girl whose body was found in Jones's house. Almost immediately after the coroner had committed him for trial, Harold Jones was brought before a magistrate and was formally remanded until Wednesday next, when the police court proceedings will take place. The boy's parents and his little sister Flossie were present when the foreman announced the decision of the jury, who had retired half an hour before. On hearing the words, the boy's mother uttered a cry and fell back. She was removed from the courtroom while Flossie cried bitterly. The boy himself showed no signs of emotion. The coroner, in summing up, confessed he could see no motive for the crime. The jury might be of an opinion that it was the act of a madman, but they had no jurisdiction to inquire into the mind of a person. The analyst's evidence. Experts' tale of marks on Harold Jones's clothing and the wallpaper. Dramatic medical evidence by analysts and a doctor was the feature of the inquest on Florence Little when it was resumed. Dr. Cox, a member of the Institute of Chemistry and assistant county analyst, said he went to the Joneses' house and cut parts of a window frame bearing stains. Some of the stains were subsequently proved to be blood. Blue trousers, which he was told were those worn by Jones at the time of his arrest, bore stains, some of which were very suspicious indeed, having been wiped. All these stains, said Dr. Thompson, are positively human blood. The blood was comparatively fresh and strictly comparable in all respects to what was found on the child's clothing. Definite marks. A handkerchief bore numerous bloodstains, and a clasp knife, which the father said he had used for killing chickens and with which he had cut his finger, had thick human bloodstains from end to end of the blade. The girl's clothing and the grey army shirt were soaked in definite human blood. Among other articles which were well marked with clots of human blood were pieces of the wallpaper taken from Harold Jones's bedroom. Dr. Thompson said the stains on the wallpaper taken from the front bedroom were bloodstains, but he could not swear that it was human blood, owing to some chemical action between the whiting which had covered it or the components of the paper. Dr. Lloyd of Abergavenny described the injuries on the murdered girl. He considered that she had met her death within an hour after taking her supper. The cause of death was loss of blood from the wound in the throat. He said that when he saw Harold Jones at 6:30 p.m. on Saturday, he had slight abrasions on the left and right forearms. Jones told him he had sustained injuries by falling off a bicycle a few days earlier, but in the witness's opinion, they were less than a day old. Be brave, my son. Earlier in the proceedings, Mrs. Jones, Harold Jones's mother, gave an account of her movements on the night of the tragedy. She told how, on her return from the town at about 10 p.m., she found Harold in the back kitchen. He only had his trousers on. Harold told her he had to wash and wanted a clean shirt. On the Saturday morning, Harold got up before it was light and went out after breakfast. Mrs. Jones was present when the police searched the house and found the body. When Harold came in, she said to him, "Be brave, my son. They have found the body in the house." Superintendent Lewis told of the search of the Joneses' house and of the finding of the body by Constable Cox. When Jones was taken to the police station, a crowd of over 500 people gathered round, and he had to announce to the crowd that the body had been recovered at Jones's house. The inquest into the death of Florence Little left little room for doubt. The evidence was damning, the community shaken. Harold Jones, already infamous from the Frida Burnell case, was now formally charged with a second murder. The case would go to trial. But then, behind prison walls, as the public clamoured for justice, Harold Jones did the unthinkable. He confessed. From the Scotsman, the 2nd of November 1921, the Abertillery murders. Harold Jones confesses to both. The sentence. Notwithstanding the published fact that Harold Jones, the 15-year-old Abertillery lad, had confessed his guilt last week, the morbid interest in his trial was so keen that large crowds were present yesterday early outside the Shire Hall, where the assizes are held, waiting for the scramble for seats. When Mr. Justice Rault took his seat upon the bench, every part of the court was packed. The lad was charged with the wilful murder of Florence Little, the 8-year-old daughter of an Abertillery miner. He was charged at the last assizes here with the murder of a little girl, Frida Burnell, but was acquitted. But in the present case there was none of the mystery that surrounded the previous crime. A plea of guilty. The accused looked more than his age when he was brought into the dock, and to the question, "Do you plead guilty or not guilty?" he replied in a low voice, "Guilty." On the plea of guilty, the judge at once addressed the defence, pointing out that it was quite unusual on a capital charge to allow a plea of guilty to be entered, although in this case, owing to the youth of the prisoner, capital punishment could not be imposed. He would like to hear what counsel had to say in support of departure from well-established practices in that manner. In court, even the judge appeared taken aback. Why would the prisoner accused of capital murder plead guilty, knowing full well the charge could carry the ultimate penalty? The answer came from the defence. Harold Jones was just 15 years and 9 months old. If the trial were delayed and a guilty verdict returned after his 16th birthday, he could face the gallows. By pleading guilty now, while still legally a minor, Jones had ensured one thing: he would live. Counsel, in reply, asked his lordship to accept the plea. The accused, he said, was 15 years and 9 months of age. He would be 16 on January the 11th, and therefore, at the present moment, All his lordship could do under the Children's Act was to order the prisoner's detention during His Majesty's pleasure. On the other hand, if for any reason the trial should go over into January the 11th, other consequences might ensue. Counsel added that the case had caused him and those instructing him the greatest anxiety. They had given the most careful consideration to the whole evidence with a view to the best course being adopted on behalf of this boy. The boy fully appreciated the plea he was making, and he had instructed them that he wished the plea to be put forward on his behalf. They had not merely consulted him, they had consulted his parents, to whom this tragedy had caused the greatest grief and suffering. The question was whether the accused rightly apprehended the nature of his plea. In that case, he could call evidence to show Harold Jones did so. The position had never arisen before in which a sentence of death might be passed at some future time. The judge said he would like to hear Mr. Vachel's state briefly the case for the Crown before he gave his decision. He apprehended that it depended on considerations of the gravitas of the crime as well as of the consequences. Story of the crime. Mr. Vachel then briefly related the circumstances of the crime, of the missing of the girl and the search by her mother, of Harold Jones's denials of the search party which went out to try and find the little girl in which Harold Jones took part, and then of the finding of the body in the loft at the accused's house. Mr. Justice Roche, having reviewed counsel's statements and the facts shown on the depositions, said he was satisfied, and in the circumstances directed a plea of guilty to be entered. Mr. Vachel said he was in a position to read a statement made by the accused in prison. The defence said his lordship should understand the circumstances under which the statement was made. It was made to the prison chaplain while the accused was in custody and in reply to questions put to him. The confession. Mr. Vachel then read the statement which he said was written in pencil in the prisoner's own hand. September the 17th, 1921. I, Harold Jones, do confess that I willingly and deliberately murdered Flora Little on the 8th of July, causing her to die without preparations to meet her God, the reason for doing so being a desire to kill. Flora was about to leave the house when I got hold of her and seized her and cut her throat with a knife in the back kitchen, putting her head over the sink. I then went into the front room, leaving Flora Little's body in the sink. I returned to the kitchen, bringing with me a shirt which I wrapped around the head. I then carried the body upstairs. I then brought a little table out of my room. I put the body on the table, and then I got on the table myself. I then took the body under the arms and tried to push it up through the manhole in the garret. I then replaced the body on the table and went downstairs to get a rope from outside in the backyard. I then returned upstairs and tied the rope around the body, and then I got onto the table and dragged myself through the manhole with the end of the rope in my hands. Finding the rope was not long enough to enable me to get right up through the manhole, I then dropped back onto the table and tied my handkerchief onto the rope. I then clambered back through the manhole and dragged the body up onto the loft. After getting onto the table, I replaced the cover on the manhole. I then replaced the table in my room and went downstairs, and I got a bowl of water and a cloth
and I took it upstairs to wash off the stains of blood on the walls, on the landing, and on the table. I then went downstairs to fetch a candle. Finding more bloodstains, I washed them off. I then went downstairs, throwing the water out of the bowl into the sink. Just as I was having a bath, Mrs. Little came to the door just as I washed my head and the top of my body. I denied that Florrie was in the house. I then went back and finished my bath. I hereby declare the above statement to be true. Harold Jones. Having read this statement, Mr. Vachel referred to another, which he said had no reference to the present case, but which he begged leave to read in the public interest. The judge: I'll see about that, but the time is not yet. In passing sentence, his lordship said, words are not wanted, and I think they are useless in this case. My duty is simply to pass on you the sentence which the Act of Parliament has decreed shall be sentenced passed on anyone under 16 years of age who is convicted or pleads guilty to this offence. The sentence upon you is that you will be detained during His Majesty's pleasure. The prisoner, who heard the sentence, calmly turned quickly and went below. The murder of Frida Burnell. Mr. Vachel, referring to the second statement, said his only object in reading it was because the Director of Public Prosecutions desired that it should be read. Harold Jones having been acquitted of the first murder, there was a great deal of public unrest. Everyone believed he was innocent, and the parents generally were much disturbed as to what might happen to their children, because if Harold Jones was not guilty, it was evident that the culprit was still at large. It was satisfactory to know that the author of both these crimes was now in safe custody. Counsel then read this statement: I, Harold Jones, wilfully and deliberately murdered Frida Burnell in Mr. Mortimer's warehouse on the 5th of February. Harold Jones. After some discussions on defence's intimation that in other circumstances it would have been his duty to present a case with regard to the boy's state of mind, the judge observed, there is, to my mind, on the evidence, no ground or suggestion for saying he is otherwise than sane. Let him go away from here as quietly as possible, continued his lordship. I make this observation because I understood on a former occasion public opinion in the lad's favour was loudly vented, and the lad became a sort of hero. Let not the contrary take place, whatever people's feelings to be. Among the motives which contributed to the second crime was overwhelming vanity and a desire to be in the public eye, which could not have been fed by the unseemly and unnatural demonstrations which I understood took place on that former occasion. Harold Jones was spared the noose, but not freedom. Following his confessions and guilty plea, the boy murderer was transferred first to Dartmoor, then Maidstone, where his curious mix of discipline and detachment caught the attention of reformers and criminal psychologists. Within prison walls, he became a subject of study, a polite, intelligent youth whose monstrous crimes baffled even seasoned professionals. In time, a darker profile emerged. Psychologists began to suspect sexual sadism lay beneath the surface, a twisted gratification tied to control, violence, and the extinguishing of innocence. Jones himself, in a cryptic remark to prison staff, hinted at urges he could not name, but
could not resist. The horror of his deeds began to fit a larger, more chilling pattern, one not of spontaneous violence, but of calculation and premeditation cloaked behind a facade of ordinary boyhood. In December 1941, after two decades behind bars, Jones walked free from Wandsworth prison. He married, he fathered a child, and quietly vanished into British suburbia, living under an assumed name. For years, he passed an unremarkable man in an unremarkable life, until death caught up with him in 1971. But the town of Abertillery, and for the families left broken in his wake, Harold Jones would forever be remembered not as a quiet man, but as the boy who fooled them all. Case 7. They caught him without evidence. True crime from 1831. Our final case tonight takes us back to a time before modern policing, before forensic science, and before Scotland Yard had developed the tools that would later define criminal investigation. And yet, what you're about to hear is a case solved not by science, but by something far more fragile: observation, contradiction, and the careful unravelling of human behaviour. It begins, as so many of these cases do, with a disappearance. A young boy sent on a simple errand never returns home. Weeks pass. Searches are made, rumours spread, but nothing is found, until by chance a body is discovered hidden deep within woodland, its condition already telling a grim story. There are no fingerprints, no forensic tests, no scientific certainty, only witnesses, their words, and the small inconsistencies that begin to emerge under questioning. And from those inconsistencies comes a truth so shocking that it would horrify the nation. This is the Bell Boy murder, and the investigation that proved, even without science, that truth has a way of revealing itself.
In today's episode, it is 1833 in Chatham Woods in the county of Kent. A turf cutter on his way to a job has lost his way. As he walks through the woods attempting to find his path again, he stumbles upon the rotting corpse of a young lad. The body has been decomposing for some time, with all the gruesome aspects as expected from a body that's been lying in the woods for a few weeks. Police swarm to the area. The body is identified as that of a young 13-year-old boy who had been missing for some 2 months. His father is devastated. Investigations, examinations, and interrogations ensue, with conflicting testimony being spotted by police of 2 parties who have been brought in. The result on the investigation would be considered both astounding and horribly shocking by the whole of England. We take a look at this brutal crime and the unsuspected perpetrator. In today's end of episode, a further particular segment, we have a different type of shocking crime of 2 young women taken to a lonely hut, chained, and placed in a cellar. A rescue attempt takes place with equally dramatic results. We hope you enjoy the show. Background. The parties involved in today's episode from 1831 all came from working class families from the county of Kent area. The father of the victim, enfeebled from a labourer's job, sends his 13-year-old lad to collect his weekly allowance. He has done this before for his father, and he well knew the way. Aylesford from Chatham Woods was about 5 miles each way. As far as they all were aware, neither the boy or his family had enemies of any kind. When his son did not come back, the father traced his son's steps and had confirmed for him that his son had indeed successfully made the trip to Aylesford to collect the paltry sum of money owed to his father. He disappeared, making his way back from Aylesford to home. It was, however, hard to believe that anyone would murder the lad for a mere 9 shillings. From the Southern Eastern Gazette, 17th of May, 1831. Mysterious murder. About 2 months ago, a boy, the name of Richard Taylor, the son of a poor labourer at Strood, was sent to the overseer of Aylesford's parish for his father's weekly allowance of 9 shillings. The boy had been frequently dispatched on a similar errand, but on this occasion he did not come home at the expected time. The uneasiness of the father, who stood much in need of the money, was not lessened when night set in without his son's appearance. Next morning, application was made to the overseer, who stated that the money had been paid and that the boy immediately afterwards left Aylesford. Search. Inquiries were now set on foot in every direction, and the little fellow, for he was only in his 13th year, was well known on the Chatham Road. A very active search commenced. The woods and bypaths which lie along that and the Rochester Road were carefully searched. Information was given to the parochial authorities at those places, and at Maidstone and at Aylesford, but no trace could be discovered of the boy. A rumour was afloat that he had been seen at Tunbridge Wells, but the improbability of the circumstance caused it to be instantly discredited. The general opinion was that the boy had been waylaid and murdered for the sake of the paltry sum which he carried about him. Discovery. Wednesday last, the mystery was cleared up. On that morning, a man of the name of Izzard, a chaff cutter, entered Great Delce Wood, situated on the road from Maidstone to Rochester, and about a mile from the turnpike gate, for the purposes of examining a St. Foyne stack. Having missed his way, he got entangled in a wood track, or a blind path, as it's called, and there upon a tuft of grass lay the remains of the unhappy youth. The throat was cut from ear to ear, and the bloody lad had lain in this secluded path for some time. The process of decomposition had commenced, and his features were almost effaced. The body lay in a recumbent position, and one of the hands was firmly clenched together, as if the deceased had kept hold of something which someone had tried to wrench from him. Izzard, horror-struck at the discovery, speedily left the wood, and having got into the Maidstone Road, informed 2 men of whom he saw working there of the tragical scene he had just witnessed. The 3 men returned to the spot, and one of them, who had known the deceased, at once identified the body. The father was then apprised of the fate of his lost child, and the body was subsequently removed in a shell to St. Margaret's Workhouse in Rochester to await the result of a coroner's inquest. The community in general are horrified by the cruelty inflicted on a young lad, as well as the leaving of the body left disposed of in a wood and in the elements. Investigations begin immediately and with urgency. The inquest takes place with the gathering of any and all witnesses who knew the lad, the family, or who had seen him on his way home from Aylesford. The inquest a horrific sight. On Wednesday afternoon, the inquest was held at the Pelican Inn in Strood before Robert Hind, Esquire, one of the coroners for this county. The jury, after having been sworn in, proceeded to the poorhouse to examine the body. There, a most ghastly spectacle presented itself, and the flesh on the cheeks was completely decomposed, and nothing but the bones remained. The bones of the right hand were also bare, part of the left hand was decomposed, and the other part was covered with a worsted glove. The body was clothed in blue jacket and waistcoat, brown trousers, worsted stockings, and low shoes. The effluvium which it emitted was so offensive that the jury approached it with great reluctance. Witnesses are then called forward, starting with the chaff cutter who discovered the body. The following witnesses were then examined. John Izzard. I am a chaff cutter and live in the parish of Frinsbury. On Wednesday morning at about 10 o'clock, I entered Great Delse Wood with the intention of examining a sainfoin stack belonging to Mr. William Holmes of Shortstead Farm. But instead of taking the direct road to the stack, I got into a blind road where I found the body of the deceased. It was lying just out of the pathway. On its back, a cap was lying about half a yard from the head. The right hand was lying on the breast, and the left hand was extended. Part of a woolen glove was on one of the fingers, which were clenched. The body was in a very bad state, and seemed to have been laying there for a very long time. The grass was growing round it, and it appeared that no person had gone that way for some time, the grass being undisturbed and not trampled upon. I did not observe any money or anything about the person of the deceased. I did not touch the body. After I discovered the body, I went through the wood, and, after examining the sainfoin stack, I returned into the Maidstone road by the regular path, which I had missed when I came into the wood. I informed two men who were working on the road at about 60 rods from the spot that what I had seen, and asked them if the boy Taylor, who was missing some time ago, had been found. They then followed to the spot where the body lay, and one of the men said he was sure that the body was the body that was missing. The witness added that he informed the deceased's father that he had found the body and pointed out the place where the father could see it. The next testimony comes from two young boys who had spent time with the boy Richard Taylor. As is standard with witnesses, the boys are kept separately in isolation away from the court to give evidence and are interrogated separately. Jazz Bell, a boy of about 13 years of age, was examined but not sworn. He said he knew the deceased well and used to play with him. The last time he saw the deceased was about 1:30 in the afternoon of the day that he was lost. Witness and deceased, Richard Taylor, went together into Mr. Summerfield's turnip field to get some turnip greens for Bell's father. Before they went there, they were walking up to Blue Bell Hill. The deceased, Richard Taylor, told witnesses that he had been to Aylesford to get 9 shillings from the overseer for his father. He then showed the witness 3 half-crowns and a shilling and a sixpence, and asked him if all these made 9 shillings. The deceased had the money in a little bag, which he showed to the witness, and he then placed it under his glove. Before they got to the top of Blue Bell Hill, they were joined by witness's brother, and they all went into the turnip field together. They did not get any turnip greens. They found no person to ask for them, but the deceased, Richard Taylor, pulled up a turnip and peeled it with a penknife. Deceased then went toward home, saying his father was waiting for him at Matson's farm. Witness and his brother, being in no hurry home, stayed for some time in the field and did not arrive in Rochester till nearly 5 o'clock. Their father was that day working at Bluebell Hill. His slightly older brother, John Bell, is then brought forward to give evidence, not having heard the testimony that his younger brother had given. There is clear contradictory evidence between the two brothers as to what they did with the turnips and who had a knife. John Bell, brother to the last witness, said he knew Richard Taylor by sight, but did not know how he came by his death. He saw him last in Mr. Summerfield's turnip field, and he then had a knife with him. Witness said he himself had no knife, but his brother had, and they took a turnip each. His brother cut his with his shut knife. Deceased left them a little after 1 o'clock. Witness and his brother played about after he left, and he got home at about 5. He didn't see any money, but his brother told him that Taylor had 9 shillings, and Taylor told him he had his money safe in his glove. James Bell is re-examined. He said he and his brother did not get any turnips. Taylor took one. He stated he had not a knife, and that the deceased, Robert Taylor, had his father's knife. He and his brother gotten turnips after Taylor left them. He peeled his turnip with his teeth, and his brother did the same. He did not think he had a knife with him. He did carry a knife sometimes, and the knife is now at home. John Bell said, "My brother peeled his turnip up with a knife. He generally carried a knife. I had no knife. I picked the dirt off with my fingers. My brother had a knife." James Bell replied, "I didn't think I had a knife." No comment is made at the time regarding the clear discrepancies between the testimony of the two Bell brothers. Evidence is next given by Robert Taylor's father, whose grief is so deep that he, whilst giving testimony in floods of tears, he faints. The last evidence is the surgeon testifying as to the injuries inflicted upon the young Robert Taylor. Mr. E. Seaton, surgeon, examined the body of the deceased in the presence of Mr. Bryant and Mr. Bell. He found that decomposition had taken place over the body to a considerable extent, and more particularly on the left side of the neck. The trachea or windpipe was entire, with the exception of one part where it appeared that it had been cut by some sharp instrument. Marks of blood appeared on the shirt and the jacket. A part of one of the muscles of the neck had escaped decomposition and seemed to have been divided by a sharp instrument. The skull was entire and there was no bone fracture. Witness gave his opinion that the deceased's death was caused by a wound inflicted on the left side of his neck with some cutting instrument. The coroner briefly summed the evidence, and the jury, after a few minutes' deliberation, returned a verdict of wilful murder against some person or persons unknown. Strong suspicion being attached to a man named Thomas Langford, who lived next door to the deceased's father in Strood, and he was taken into custody on Friday last, and on the following day he underwent a long examination before the bench of magistrates at Rochester. Some circumstances transpired which induced the bench to commit the man for further examination. Yesterday his re-examination was proceeded with, but we have not yet heard the result. The discovery of this atrocious and cold-blooded murder has produced a lively sensation in Rochester and Chatham and the neighbourhood, and no exertions will be spared by the proper authorities to discover the murderer. The neighbour suspect is released, and attention turns to the discrepancies with the testimony of the two young lads who had spent time with Robert Taylor on the day he was last seen. It doesn't take long for the police to break the boys to get the true story of what happened to young Robert Taylor on that fateful day. From the South Eastern Gazette, the 24th of May, 1831. The murder in Delft's Wood. In last week's Gazette, we detailed the particulars of a horrid murder perpetrated on a poor boy of the name of Richard Taylor. We stated that one James Langford, a day labourer who resided next door to the deceased's father at Strood, had been taken up, suspicion being concerned in the atrocious deed. From what transpired in the course of his examination and from other circumstances, the two bellboys, who it will be recollected were seen in the deceased's company the day on which he disappeared, were apprehended and separately examined. The examinations were conducted in private, but we understand that the prisoners differed in their account they gave of themselves on the day in question, and contradicted the testimony which they delivered at the coroner's inquest. Friday last they were again examined, and the discrepancy in their statements was then greater than former. Several witnesses who were not called before the coroner were examined, and the result of their evidence tended still further to confirm the suspicion that one of these lads was an accessory to the murder of Taylor. Having the discrepancies of their testimony pointed out to them, John Bell, the older brother, confesses. It makes for truly shocking testimony. On the following day, Saturday, all doubt on the subject was removed. A short time after the magistrates had met, John Bell, the eldest of the brothers, and who is only in his 14th year, expressed a desire to make full confession of his guilt. He was warned to the consequences of his self-accusation, to which replied that he could not be easy until he had told everything. His confession was then taken down in writing, and it amounted in substance to this: that he, John Bell, who appeared to have previously meditated the deed, decoyed the deceased Richard Taylor into the wood, and after they had been there for some time, the prisoner pretended that he had lost his way. Upon this, the deceased Richard Taylor threw himself upon the ground and began to cry. The prisoner, John Bell, immediately jumped upon his victim, seized hold of his throat, and inflicted some severe wounds in the neck with a knife, which he carried about with him. The poor fellow struggled a great deal, and, to use the murderer's own expression, he began to squeak like a rabbit. I then, said Bell, cut him 2 or 3 times more. After perpetrating this horrible atrocity, Bell took the few shillings from the deceased and joined his brother, who was waiting for him near the turnpike gate. While the wretch was making this confession, he did not betray the slightest emotion. He told the dreadful tale with as much composure as one would relate the most trivial occurrence. After the confession had been read over to him, Bell expressed a wish to have something to eat. Some bread and cheese were brought to him, which he devoured with the greatest voracity. On Saturday evening he and his younger brother were conveyed to Maidstone jail, and that evening the father of this pair was apprehended. Yesterday morning at 10 o'clock, the investigation was resumed at Rochester. The two Bells and their miserable parent were brought from Maidstone jail. The witnesses who were examined before the coroner repeated the evidence they had already given. Previous to the re-examination, the surgeon, several persons went to view the body, which had been disinterred and lay for inspection in the open grave. The younger Bell brother went down into the grave and pulled a glove out of the pocket of the trousers, which still covered the body. The glove contained the knife which the deceased father had lent to his son on the day he went to Aylesford. After this portion of the evidence had been concluded, the prisoner, John Bell, was asked whether he wished to put any question to the witnesses, to which he replied in the negative. Henry Lewington, a mariner, deposed to seeing the deceased and the two Bells in the company on the forenoon of the 4th of March. Witness spoke to the deceased, whom he had frequently seen before. When the body was discovered, he suspected that the Bells knew something of the murder. He, accordingly, caused the father to be taken into custody of constables, but he was afterwards released. Old Bell denied that he knew anything of the affair and stated that the parish officers of Aylesford had given him a paper to exculpate him from the murder, lest he, Bell, should be charged with it. During the whole of the proceedings, the prisoner John Bell retained his self-possession. His countenance did not even change colour when the surgeon was detailing the appearance which the body of his victim presented. The prisoner is a heavy, stupid-looking boy, rather stout for his years, and apparently possessed of considerable strength. He had been employed in the woods from his earliest years, and his usual occupation, as well as that of his brother, was the grubbing of roots, which the father disposed of in Rochester, Chatham, and the neighbourhood. Both the brothers are grossly ignorant, and it is said that they have long been notorious for their thieving propensities. The case now goes formally forward to trial, with John Bell, the elder Bell brother, formally charged with the murder of Richard Taylor. The trial is an event in the area and is widely covered in the newspapers of the time. It is considered utterly shocking that two young lads would kill a fellow playmate, the motive being that it had been something he had always wanted to do. He held no grudge against Robert Taylor, and the few coins he carried off of his father's were not the primary motivation. From the Staffordshire Advertiser, August 1831, trial and execution of a boy for murder. Kent Assizes. The judge took his seat on Friday morning at 8:30 to try John Amy Bell, aged 14, for the murder of Richard F. Taylor, aged 13, in a wood in the parish of Chatham. Few cases perhaps have ever excited in a court of justice more intense interest than the trial of this wretched boy. If we may judge from the excessively crowded state of the court by all classes of the fair sex, there was a vast assemblage, all well dressed and some fashionably. For hours before the opening of the doors of the court, every passage was thronged with persons pressing for admission, and several times under the progress of the trial, the judge had on occasion to reprove the inattention of the inner and under sheriff. Several witnesses proved seeing the boys together on the day in question and identified the body. G. Farrell, clerk to the magistrate at Rochester, read the statements made by the prisoner, John Bell, which he, the witness, reduced to writing. There was neither threat nor promise held out to him. The witness then read the paper as follows. John Bell, the prisoner, said to his brother James, on seeing the deceased, "There goes young Taylor James. Let us kill him and take his money, and let us lay him under these stones that we can't count over." He then addressed the magistrate and said, "It was I, sir, that did the murder, and while I was doing it, my brother Jem watched at back. He did it," he said, "at one cut, and the deceased was not long dying. The little boy lost his way in the wood and laid down to cry, and while the boy was lying down, he cut his throat. He took the money from the boy's glove and gave part of it to his brother. His brother gave him his knife to cut the boy's throat. The boy squeaked when his throat was cut, as a rabbit squeaks. He only squeaked once. He gave him 2 cuts. He took the boy into the wood to murder him. He had on the frock his brother Jem then wore, and the blood went on it, and it was on it still." The court is breathless as the testimony is read out. The accused, John Bell, stands silent and unmoving throughout as the confession is read. The next witness is the police constable who had custody of the confessed murderous boy, John Bell. Charles Patterson examined. "I am a constable. I had the prisoner in my custody and was taking him from Rochester to Maidstone jail, and in passing a pond, the prisoner observed, 'That is the pond where I washed my hands and the knife after I did the crime.' And he remarked on seeing a path that led to the road, 'That's the road that leads to the road spot where I killed the poor boy. Don't you think, sir, he is better off than I am?' The prisoner also showed me a place where he came out of the wood with the bloody knife in his hand, he said, and also a place where he and the deceased went into the wood. That before they had been together in the turnip field and pulled a turnip, which the deceased pared with his knife, and then he took the deceased into the wood under the pretence of showing him a short way home. But after they got some distance, he told the deceased he'd lost his way, and the deceased, on hearing that, sat down and began to cry. On that he jumped on the deceased and in an instant cut his throat. That he took the money then partly from the deceased's hand and partly from the purse. He had great difficulty in getting money from the hand. It was closed so fast, and that after getting the money he rushed out of the wood, greatly alarmed. On taking him to jail, the prisoner said he need not be ironed. He knew he should be hung and would not attempt to escape. Mr. Justice Gaziley addressed the jury at great length, going through the whole of the evidence and commenting on it as he went on. The case, he said, was of a nature that the whole of his professional experience had not furnished him with another instance of, and it was one which would require the serious attention and consideration of the jury. The jury, after a few minutes' consultation in the box, returned a verdict of guilty, but recommended the prisoner to mercy on account of his extreme youth and the profligate and unnatural manner in which he had been brought up. While the foreman of the jury was delivering the verdict, he could not observe that the boy flinched in the least, though he stood more forward, leaning with both hands on the bar before him. The judge proceeded to pass judgment of death on the prisoner, which his lordship did in an address that occupied more than half an hour. The unhappy object of it, to whom he held out the slightest hope of mercy, showed no output of symptoms of feelings of sympathy. The prisoner, for the age which he stated to be 14, is remarkably short in stature, but thick-set and strongly built, with an almost infantine countenance. His features are not good, although not expressive of any degree of ferocity or depravity, but there is about the eyes, which are deeply sunk in the head, a strong expression of cunning. During the trial, he showed no marks of feeling through the steadfast manner in which he fixed his eyes on each witness, as well under examination, proved his attention to the proceedings, and he stood firmly on his legs for 8 hours without refreshment or resting on a seat. The prisoner was ordered for execution on Monday and never moved even at this moment until the dissection of his body was mentioned, and then he dropped a solitary tear. John Bell is hung, but the story doesn't end there. In an unbelievable act of pure callousness, the younger brother becomes part of a travelling fair where, for a penny and using a wax dummy of the unfortunate murdered Robert Taylor, the younger brother both describes and acts out the murder of the young lad who had once been his friend. From the Cork Constitution, 22nd of September 1831. A disgraceful exhibition was made last week at Stroud Fair. An itinerant showman produced, for the gratification of his visitors and for the small change of only 1 penny, a wax figure intended to represent the poor boy Taylor who was recently murdered by John Amy Bird Bell in a wood near Rochester, and employed James Bell, the accomplice and brother of the murderer, to explain with the assistance of the figure the whole process of the murder. The cold and unfeeling way in which the boy related the particulars filled many persons with horror and indignation, and the showman, on being remonstrated with, said he thought he had a right to earn an honest penny, that he had hired the lad of his parents for 5 shillings a day, and they had also consented to his travelling with him about the country to attend the various fairs.
That concludes this episode of Scotland Yard Casebook, 7 murders that baffled detectives, 7 cases, 7 investigations, and in more than one instance, 7 reminders that even Scotland Yard, at the height of its powers, did not always get its man. Sometimes the evidence was too slight, sometimes the trail went cold, and sometimes the truth simply refused to present itself in a form that the law could recognise. And as we've seen tonight, the absence of certainty does not mean the absence of guilt. We'll be back with more historical misdeeds just as soon as we've locked the attic, fed the suspicious chickens, and double-checked the neighbours for signs of latent villainy. Like, subscribe and share. Confuse a meerkat. If you've enjoyed this descent into historical horror, give us a like, subscribe for more grim delights, and share this with someone who's almost as suspicious as a warehouse key that moves on its own. And remember, every time you click like, a meerkat gets promoted within YouTube into the Ministry of Unexplained Preferences. Don't let the squirrels win. If you've enjoyed this episode, you'll find over 400 or so additional tales of crime, scandal, mystery, and the occasional eyebrow-raising absurdity available exclusively over on Patreon. Costs of membership is a mere £5 a month for full access to nearly 1,000 ad-free episodes. Cancel any time with just one click. Take a look. See what you think. This has been News of the Times, and I'm Robin Coles, part-time archivist of questionable Victorian decisions, occasional consultant in maritime mollusk disputes, and weekend supervisor of a small but highly opinionated colony of meerkats. And now, oi, you there with the toast and the unusually large amount of marmalade. Yes, you. Time to be off. Do be sure to sweep up the crumbs before you go. We've had quite enough unexplained disappearances for one evening. Good night.